Welcome to the final full day of Glasgow Film Festival Industry Focus 2023, and welcome to the UK Global Screen Fund. We have Nikki Parrott and Helen Clements on the panel with Attica from the Global Screen Fund. We're going to just have a discussion and then we're going to open up to questions at the end. So enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. So my name is Attica. I'm the International Co-Production Strand Manager of the UK Global Screen Fund. And I'm here today with Nikki Parrott from Tiger Lily 2 and Alan Clements from Two Rivers Media. And so I will briefly tell you about what the UK Global Screen Fund is, and then we will go into more details about two strands, the International Co-Production strand with Nikki, and then the International Business Development strand with Alan. Before that, we will just show a short trailer, please, about the UK GSF general work.
And let the adventure begin.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Hello, Roy.
I knew it was just little creatures, but it felt like magic.
This is getting seriously out of control.
Abridged version, please.
So that's how you win over the crowd.
Thank you. So as mentioned, I will tell you briefly what the UK Global Screen Fund is. It is a 7 million fund. It's a new fund. It was in its pilot year in 2021, and then we have been extended for further 3 years. It's a fund that is financed by the UK government, by the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, and it is administered by the British Film Institute. The way it works over 3 funding strands: an international business development strand, which we will talk today, international co-production strand, which we will also talk today, and international distribution strand. In addition to this, it's also funding Screen UK, which is a promotional campaign that showcases UK talent screen content to audiences. And then we also fund a global data hub, which provides VOD data, which will help business decision makers to make better decisions. So very briefly, the international distribution strand has three different sub-strands. One is called the film sales support, which awards up to 25,000 to sales companies to market their films at festivals. And then we have a print and advertising strand under the distribution strand, which supports international distributors to distribute UK films internationally. And then we will have a new strand that launches in April, I think, which will be support for UK sales agent to support festival-specific costs to promote their UK films internationally. So these strands are open on a rolling basis, and the print and advertising is open until the 30th of March, and then will open again in April. Then we have the international co-production strand, which I work on, which awards up to 300,000 grants to minority feature films in all genres, documentary, animation, and fiction. And then we also support TV projects, but only in animation and documentary, so no TV drama. The strand is open now, and it opened on the 7th of February and will close on the 4th of April. And then we will open again in August. The other strand is the International Business Development Strand, which supports the strategies for international growth for companies. This strand is open to all sectors, so including games, TV, and film companies. And it is really focused on international business strategies, not general company support. So I think we can go now to look at some case studies, and we will start with Nikki Parrott, who is managing director of Tiger Lily 2. Nikki has a film at the festival Hong Kong Mixtape, which is screening on Friday. So that is great. And but today we will talk about the documentary that we supported via the UK Global Screen Fund co-production strand. It's a feature film documentary minority UK co-production called Eno. And if you can tell us a little bit about Eno, what it is about, how the idea originated, and how you came on board.
Hi everyone. So Eno is a film about Brian Eno, the famous musician, talent, what else is he? Producer, music producer, general, fascinating bloke. And the director is Gary Huswit, who has done his New York director. He's kind of the first person who's kind of got this relationship with Brian, which means that we've been given access to lots of archive, lots of things that people haven't seen before. We've known Gary for quite a few years. He made a film called Helvetica, which was a name in a tin. We know about Helvetica, and he basically funds his films through private finance, and then he sells it. So every kind of graphic designer in the world wanted that film. So basically, he made quite a lot of money out of it. Anyway, he came to us to see if we would like to co-produce. Because there's a lot, obviously Brian lives here, and there's a lot of production that's going to happen in the UK. And so it kind of made sense to us because we knew it was going to be a big international production. We knew it would have a massive audience. So, it's the kind of first collaboration for Tiger Lily 2 in Scotland with a New York company. So that made it even more, that for us as a company, that made it more interesting as well, because obviously we want to expand up here and do more international stuff. So yeah, that's how we kind of got on board.
So that's also why, partly why we supported it, because you mentioned the audience. So the co-production strand is really, we don't assess projects creatively so much, but we really look at the international audience potential, the growth opportunities. So this is really a growth opportunity to work with the new talent and the new territory. So was the project always intended as a co-production?
Yes, because Gary had already spoken. Obviously, there's a lot of Brian Eno fans around the world, and so that he already had quite a lot of interest and equity money, but he wanted someone to work with, producers who worked with the UK. So we always knew it was going to be a co-production. Mm-hmm. He always wanted it to be a UK co-production, and because we know him, he came to us first, basically.
Yeah. And we just talk about general co-productions. And so what do you think are the benefits and challenges of co-producing with international partners? What are the opportunities and cultural differences, legal systems, finance systems?
Yeah, I think every co-production project is different, obviously. And I think it's really interesting to work with other people from different countries, because editorially you give, it's a great collaboration in terms of artistic development for production company, for director, and if it means you can make the project, then that's a win-win solution. We've worked with America before, quite a long time ago, but straight with a broadcaster, which was directed with us, not a co-producer. So this is the kind of first time we've co-produced.
Yeah.
And it is different because in terms of the way Gary works, basically he funds a lot of his films just through private finance. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you're working with someone in France or Germany, you normally you work with their production company, they go to the broadcaster like Arte or ZDF, and it's all very kind of broadcast led. Mm-hmm. Whereas in America, it's very different. It's very equity led. Yeah. So it's an interesting, for us, it's kind of interesting way of working, basically, thinking about how independent finance works. Yeah. In terms of not having a broadcaster.
Yeah. So it was sort of a new territory for you to work with the US in terms of co-producing. So that's also quite relevant when we assess projects, whether it's a new relationship, and international relationships are very important when we assess. You mentioned already the difference between working with the US compared to European maybe or other countries. And so how did you split the work between the US and the UK producer?
So we've just started. So we've done a couple of shoots here, which is we've organised all of those. We've bought a couple. Gary's a director, but we've bought a couple of directors we've worked with. If he can't be over here to direct, so that's how we split it at the moment. Mm-hmm. So he would. We're going to do all the edit here. Mm-hmm. We're doing the sound design. Gary is looking at all the archive. He's doing some of the American shoot. He's doing all the American shoots. So that's kind of how it's split, territorial-wise. We will do all the British stuff, and he will do the American stuff. But we also work together on the post-production, editorially as well. It's not just a finance thing. Obviously we, as a company, we need to be editorially involved as well. Yes. And also with the share of the copyright and share of the thing, because that makes sense. But for us, actually, the US is an important collaborator for us in terms of the same language, and we want to end up making bigger films, for bigger feature docs, for oh my God, for bigger budgets. So it's a kind of stepping stone for us to break into that market.
Yeah, that really answers my next question, because this strand is really a lot about international growth. So the way that we assess, as I said, the very important is international growth and finance. And so it sounds that this project was perfect fit for this strand, because it really helped you to grow to the next stage internationally, because of what you just said. So obviously we're talking about UK Global Screen Fund, co-production support. So how did the support help you? Why was it crucial? Was it not crucial? What role did it play in the finance plan?
It was crucial. It was crucial for us to find finance from the UK. because otherwise Gary wouldn't be working with us. So,
Yes.
you know, and we knew if we had Global Screen Fund as a minority producer, we could get the tax credit as well. We've got another equity. We've got another equity finance, some equity finance, which is matching the UK Global Screen Fund. So that was a kind of safety. It's like a safety thing for people for equity finances, because, you know, you're the Global Screen Fund. So if you're funding a project, it gives it kudos, basically. So that was really good to find other financiers. And yeah, I mean, it's made the project, basically.
Yeah. And as you say, it's like it's important that it's a genuine co-production. It's not only in terms of financing. Obviously, you need the finance from the UK, but also editorially that you are involved. And
yeah, I mean, we would never do a project just because of we're not like a.
Yeah,
that's not our kind of company.
And that's actually very important for our strand as well. We look for genuine co-productions in terms of finance, artistic, and legal contributions and editorial contributions.
I think there are some companies who just are facilitator companies in the UK, and that's fine, but that's not the way we work. And so every documentary, you know, because obviously they take a long time as well, and you have to have a good relationship with people. I mean, it is interesting again in the US. I mean, it's much more. It's quite litigious in some ways. The contracts are slightly different. You're working with a director who's not, you know, who's in New York. I mean, actually, in fact, you know, with COVID, it's kind of interesting now because people are so used to doing Zooms anyway that actually having a director there, you know, he will talk to whoever's shooting some stuff here. It works really well. That wasn't always the case, but yeah. But yes, the Global Screen Fund was, it was really important to get it.
And would you have any advice for anyone who would like to maybe apply to the UK GSF?
I think you have to think about, are you the minority co-producer? Because obviously you have to be. And I think there's a lot of projects. So you have to work out if you are. I think that's one of the most important things. And I mean, the application is, you know, it's quite not difficult to do. I mean, it's just, you know, it's quite time consuming, and and also you need to remember all the paperwork that you need to provide in order to get the cash as well. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it's not difficult either. You know, there's worse applications. We've done a lot of media applications, and they are really time consuming. Yeah, I think you've tried to make it as simple as possible in some ways.
Yeah, which cannot be said from the business development strand, which we will talk in a bit. So you mentioned minority co-producer. I will just explain what we mean by minority co-producer. So if you're co-producing bilaterally, it means that it can be a maximum of 49% of the UK financial share. If you're co-producing multilaterally, it's a minimum of 10%, or if you're working by the European Convention, 5%, and all the countries have ratified and signed. For feature films, it's really important that the UK is the minority partner. For documentaries, animation, and TV, you can also be a majority co-production, which is actually the project we support on your side. I think let's flip on the other side now. So Alan, we supported you in the international co-production strand during the pilot year with a TV co-production documentary called Keeping It Up. And also in business development. But first mention also that you also have a film here at the Glasgow Film Festival, Cassius X, which is screening tonight and tomorrow.
And sold out, sadly.
And sold out.
But
so I think I will just ask you briefly questions about the co-production strand and then go into the business development one. So we supported, if you can tell us a little bit about your TV project, Keeping It Up, which is a UK majority co-production. So as I mentioned, we also support TV majority documentary projects. You experienced as a producer on the project.
Yeah, delighted to do so. Thank you, Attica. So this year, 2023, is the 25th anniversary of the arrival of Viagra in the UK, hence the show Keeping It Up. It was brought to our attention by a producer in Bristol, actually, in a conversation about another topic, and he mentioned the date and the anniversary. This is 2 years ago, and I went, well, that's a great story. because the story actually begins in Wales, and Viagra was being tried as an angina, high blood pressure drug on a group of mostly former miners. And it was a disaster as a high blood pressure drug. But at the very wrap up, at the very end of the process, the developer said, so can I just check any side effects, vomiting, nausea, blood loss? And one guy put his hand up and went, yeah, none of those, but. And that was the start of Viagra. A genuinely true story, genuinely true story. So I loved this, and it was a great, very, very easy pitch to do. So we started taking it out as a story, and Storyville on BBC loved it. They came to Glasgow, and we pitched them 2 ideas, and they bought both of them, which was incredible. This is about a year ago. But the thing about Storyville is they never fully fund. So they put in 100,000, maybe a little more, a little less on the films. So that was our starting point, and we went to try and put together the rest of the finance for a budget, I'm happy to be honest, around 650 for the feature doc. Because obviously there's a lot of amazing archive. The first adverts for Viagra in America are incredible, including Bob Dole, who'd been the Republican presidential candidate, talking about how Viagra had changed his life. It's just absolutely priceless. So we had Storyville on board, and then there was a panicked call from the editor of Storyville going, oh my God, the BBC is in development with another Viagra doc. Coming from BBC Wales, because obviously that had been the first trial. So I said, well, it's fine. Why don't I speak to the company, which was Boom Cymru? So I reached out to them, and they're the makers of the drama. So there's going to be a drama called Men Up. It's just been announced. The executive producer, Russell T Davis. So it's a kind of full Monty kind of romp about the trial. But the drama's only about the trial and the men who are involved in the trial. And the doctor, Dr. Price, who led it. So there's a reason I'm telling all this story. I'll stop in a minute.
No, don't stop.
So Boom Company said they'd pitched a documentary to go alongside the drama. And I said, look, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. And they went, oh, to be very fair, I mean, this is a euphemism world, this, you know. To be very fair to Boom, they went, your proposal's better, because ours had Wales as a starting point, but to Attica's point was the big international rollout of Viagra and what the implications of that for the world were and continue to be. So we cut Boom in the deal. We took their development producer on as an associate producer on the project. They introduced us to BBC Wales, and I had a really funny conversation with the head of BBC Wales, who eventually came in. He said, look, okay, we'll give you 50 grand. And I went, make it 70. And he went, okay, we'll make it 70. Like Andrew. So he came in for 70. Boom had a share of the overall project, and everyone was happy. And at that point, we started to look for a co-producer. And the reason we went to France is, I knew Arnaud Zanti, we'd tried to co-produce in the past, and also France is integral to the story, because the story starts as a fun, it wasn't this hilarious, and then it starts to get darker and darker as Big Pharma gets involved, and then big criminality gets involved. So Interpol start to trace all the fake Viagra that flooded the marketplace, and Interpol is obviously based in Lyon, France. Not obviously, it is based in Lyon, France. And one of the major interviewees is a guy called Dr. Vigar, who was the urologist who injected his own penis to try and create an erection, and he was a precursor to Viagra, then sued Pfizer because he's called Vigar, and he went, you stole my name for your drug. I mean, honestly, you couldn't make this up. It's such a brilliant story. So Arnaud said, okay, we'll come in. And I said, look, for the BFI fund, we need a co-producer. We'll be the majority. He's the minority co-producer. And a really great guy. He's very French. There's a lot of shrugging goes on rather than actually getting contracts done. But nevertheless, he's a great guy editorially, and Nicky will tell you this as well, the editorial vision was shared from the start, which is absolutely essential with any co-production. So we then did the application to the BFI and were successful with that. Meanwhile, we also did an application to Screen Scotland, and they came on board as well. And finally, we brought all three Media International to do the distribution.
Yeah. So another thing that I should mention for this, for all the strands actually, is that when we assess, there's also like a component that's called UK-wide benefit. So if the company is based in one of the nations or the regions, or it's shooting in one of the nations or the regions, there is the scoring is a little higher, which is the case of both projects, obviously.
And we had two.
Yes,
we had Scotland and
yeah,
Wales.
exactly. That's why exactly you had both, which was quite strong. So, okay, I think we should talk maybe about business development, which is obviously quite a substantial application. There's a lot of, so business development, as I said, supports it's very key, key word is international. So it's not about general company support, it's really about supporting the international growth of the company to the next stage. And there is some eligibility criteria. For example, you need to have 2 years of accounts filed at Company House. You need to have at least 35,000 revenues within the 3 years. And then you need to have at least one lead producer, at least a producer credit or development slate is quite strong. But then, so can you tell us a little bit about your company, about Two Rivers, and how you got started and what kind of productions you make?
Yes, so can I say the absolute honest truth about dealing with the BFI? The team are really lovely and super helpful. The forms are horrendous. So just be ready for it.
Especially for this.
The one for the development is like,
what did you find?
unless you're, the co-production wasn't, it's pretty bad.
Okay.
But the development one's awful.
Yeah.
And unless you're a master of Excel and moving company, anyway.
It's quite businessy, yeah. If you don't have a business background, it may be challenging.
Yeah.
But we're trying to do some business training, especially for up-and-coming producers, which maybe don't have that.
Or maybe if you've got great Excel skills, then it's perfect. That I'm doing it with one finger, so it was a bit slow. But the team were lovely and super helpful.
Yeah.
So at any point you can phone them or email them, and they were
we
really
do
good.
webinars as well. We do online webinars before the application. For business development, because it's so complicated, the window is 3 months open, I think, and we do like 3 webinars for co-production, just one. But we explain and we do Zooms, and we try to have one-to-ones and explain how the application work.
But we did the application and it was successful. And for us, it was about investing in the storytelling and the journalism of international feature docs. And because I had a background, because I'm so fantastically old, I had a background in 3 different companies and doing feature docs, from Fire in the Night to Marine A to Cassie's X. We focused on that international storytelling. And when I talked to Denitsa, who runs the overall funds, I said, why don't we, it's business development, but why don't we list 5 docs as an interesting model to see what happens to the 5 stories that we've specifically put money into, even though we've invested overall in a slate, it's not slate funding, overall in a development of internationally focused docs. Let's look at 5. And of the 5, Keeping Up is one, so it's going into production, and another is Touchwood, we hope, going to be greenlit by the Smithsonian Channel. So in the US. So I think out of 5 to have, that's a pretty good, as I'm guessing, looking around the faces in the room, that's a pretty good average. We had also bought a book called Chums, which tells the story of Boris Johnson and his group of friends at Oxford in the Bullingdon Club and wider, who have created such havoc in the UK. So I think the DCMS might have had some issues around that. But
they don't assess, so
yeah.
they just fund.
Yeah. But as you see, 72 Films, as you've probably seen, are doing a major Boris Johnson 4-parter for Channel 4, which was announced just as we were going to market. So that kind of stymied that. But it's been brilliant with Keeping It Up. And the other one is a 9/11 story you've never heard about the evacuation from Manhattan. And the joke is that until 9/11, most New Yorkers didn't know Manhattan was an island. And when all the bridges and the subways were closed, there was a huge evacuation of 500,000 people from the bottom of the island, and little boats came from New Jersey and Connecticut and lift people off. And it's a story that's never been told because everybody's obviously focused on the buildings. And if you turn the cameras the other way, there's another story going on. It was nearly twice the size of Dunkirk, but all done in one day. So it's an amazing story.
It's an amazing character story.
Yeah.
Wow.
So once we've done the first year, I'm just about to do the analysis of the first year, and then it runs for 2 more years, but a decreasing amount of money each year.
Yeah. Yeah, so it supports business strategies from 3 to 5 years. There's a film transformation track which supports a strategy for 5 years. So I think for your support, the support for the business development for you went into helping you generate new IP, going to market and scouting new IP, and also like how would you describe your international strategy as a general, and how do you think the UK GSF helped you maybe?
I think they were very. Joking aside about the forums being horrendous, they were very focused on what we wanted to do worldwide, and I had done co-productions in the past with Australia, with Canada, with the US and with Germany, but never with France, which was great for the co-production fund. But I think Nikki's right, we're very much focused on the English language territories in terms of development, because let's be honest, it's the world's biggest market, and that's where the bulk of the cash lies. Though the US is important, I think Canada's a really interesting player because they are also very focused on international co-production and very open to partnerships.
Yeah. So you basically, I think both maybe co-production offer and business development is helping you to expand beyond the UK
and internationalise. Yeah,
with relationships and with co-productions and so on.
Yeah, and also it meant as our slate developed, we took on agents, CAA as our agents in the States. And the fact that we've got internationally focused product is the reason they took us on. They don't take everybody on, is because we had that internationally focused product, and the development fund was part of creating that slate.
So why did you apply to this strand, and what are you doing with it that wouldn't be possible otherwise?
Well, I would say the acquisition of IP, and again, it helps bring on. We talked about maybe hiring a specific person, but actually, and Chris has spent a lot of time in our office just recently, it's more spread across a development team, and to give them all international experience, and I think that's probably been better, rather than hiring one journalist or one producer just to focus on it.
And same question to you. Do you have any advice for anyone who would like to apply to international business development at the UK?
Learn Excel. And get some paracetamol. No, seriously. No, it's been a hugely positive experience for us, and Attica's right. There is no editorial interference, and there's a genuine interest in the projects. And the team are really, really lovely to deal with.
I think there's a genuine interest in making a UK or Scottish company expand as well. I think that's your purpose, to find, to kind of grow as a company internationally. Yeah. Which is what we're looking to do. And I think to have your support is invaluable as well, in terms of that international support as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so the key really objectives are increasing international relationships, and hoping that there's revenues coming with these projects to the UK producer, and also international growth and expansion. So I will maybe tell you very briefly about how we assess. So there's an international growth part, there's a finance part, there's funding outcomes. So how can the support help you in terms of co-production skills, for example, or in terms of new relationships. And then there's track record. So obviously in this case, track record was also a very weighting component, but also we supported projects where there was a first-time director on the co-production side, or where, for example, where we had a less experienced UK producer and more experienced international producer. So for international co-production, you need at least one production credit that has had UK or international distribution. So no short films, but one is sufficient. We will also look at additionality. So what will the support help you? What would you do without it? So, for example, I'm focusing on co-productions because that's my expertise. So, for example, for co-productions, would you still be part of the co-productions with this support or without the support? And then finally, as I mentioned, the UK-wide benefits. So where is the company based? What are the UK-wide benefits of if we gave to the company and to the project? Maybe last questions for both. What's next for you, and any new partnerships, co-productions, projects?
So we do drama and factual. So we're trying to make a film with a Turkish director who is based in Glasgow, all set in Glasgow. Hopefully doing that this year. Quite low budget drama, but he's a really well known director from Turkey, and he's very international. His films have travelled all over the world. He's won quite a lot of awards, so that's quite exciting. Making a couple more feature docs with Screen Scotland have been great financiers of ours, so they're financing a film about Pauline Black, who is the activist and the part of the Selector band, and she's doing some tours in Europe, so we're hoping to bring in European finance. We're also doing a film about Folkestone, which is all about... Folkestone is a kind of the corner of... basically opposite France, near Dover, and it's full of... there's people from London moved down. It's very right wing. There's a lot of refugees. It's a whole kind of mix of people and policies and politics. And we just looked at that and thought, God, this is a really interesting town. So we are talking to a couple of French producers, because obviously it's so near France. Mm-hmm. Practically it is France. So we're looking to see, we've spoken to Arte, and we're looking to kind of collaborate with a French co-producer.
It's a quite international slate coming up.
Yes.
Same question to you. What is next for you?
So we're in, as people here would probably know, we're in all the genres, everything from kind of Escape to The Chateau through to Keeping It Up. So, and a lot of drama development at the moment, but that takes forever, as Nikki would tell you. So what's exciting coming up? Well, Chris has just been cutting a 4-part series called Facelift inside the world of Darren and Tom, probably Britain's leading aesthetic surgeons who are about to open a massive new plastic surgery hospital here. And as a gay couple have just adopted a baby by surrogacy in the States. And they're, how should we put it, full-on characters, Chris, would that be fair to say? So that launches at the end of this month on the BBC. On the international front, on Saturday, we're filming a sizzle with Stephen Van Zandt, who you might know from the Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, or Miami Steve from Lilyhammer or The Sopranos, about the British invasion of the 1960s and why he's in a band. And this has been 2 years in development, and to do that as a major series. So Eric Nelson, who shot all the Utopia 1990s, thousands for National Geographic, and made Grizzly Man with Werner Herzog. Wow. He's shooting the sizzle for us on Saturday. So he's offering to live stream it on his iPhone through to me, and I'm like, okay, we'll see. And we have totally the other side, a major Hollywood star has just shot a sizzle for us, and she wants to explore the drinks of the world, which I didn't believe when the guy brought me the idea. I'm like, yeah, sure. But she fell in love with Scotland and is going to do, hopefully, whiskey first.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Thank you, exciting. Yeah. I think we can open it up to you. If you have any questions on the Strand or for Nikki or Alan.
I actually have a question to Alan.
Oh.
No, I'm just interested.
That's bizarre.
If no one has any. No, I just wanted to know what an agent can do for you in the US, because it's quite interesting to...
I think you need an agent for certain places in the US. Not if you want to pitch to PBS or Smithsonian or probably even National Geographic or Discovery. You could probably do that yourself. But if you're pitching to Hulu or Netflix or Amazon or Freevee or any of those, you need an agent. And any of the networks, obviously CBS or NBC, you need an agent.
And how does it work? Do they pitch on their own, or do you go over there and pitch with them?
It's a mix. Sometimes, so we just did. Can I tell you about this? We have a project. No, I can't tell you. Sorry, we have a project which is an incredibly moving revelation from just when you think you've heard every Holocaust story. It's a brand new angle and a genuine discovery of a hoard of, let's call them, documents. And with that, the guy who discovered it, myself and the agents pitched it to Netflix and to the History Channel, and we were in on the pitch.
Right.
There's another project that they've just taken in themselves, and for Spirited, which is the Hollywood star, is going to do the pitch herself with us,
right,
and the agents.
Right.
So it's a kind of mix. And then, as I say, for Smithsonian or Discovery, I just do it myself. Or if they've got introductions, they will make them.
And do you think you need an international track record in order to get an agent in the States?
I think it's helpful, but it's about the projects. They're fantastically greedy people, so if they think they can make money off it, then they will do it. I don't mind them. That's their job.
Well, you make money too.
So they charge a package. So that's the reason they don't want to work with PBS or Smithsonian, because those public service channels will not pay the package fee.
Right.
Whereas everywhere else pays the package fee. You don't see the package fee. It doesn't come off your budget. It's paid directly from the broadcaster or the platform to the agents. So you never see it.
Oh my God. How much is, at what percentage of that? You don't know.
I don't care.
Right.
Money do me.
Wow.
But we've got one, so there was a game show we made for ITV, we pirated, called Headspin, that didn't go, but a company called Debner Mercury, who do syndication in America, so basically daytime quiz, really loved the pilot, so they've optioned it, and CAA negotiated the contract with us, so that was incredibly helpful. But in the contract, which just arrived yesterday or the day before, and American legal contracts, as you know, are, I mean, they're worse than your forms. In that, there's a clause I hadn't seen before going, we will pay CAA a half package. And I'm like,
half package. Oh,
so
wow.
because it's only a pilot.
Ah.
And I'm like,
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Thank you.
Oh, there's a question. Hi. Hello.
do you expect...
Hi.
Hello.
Do you expect or want to have a discussion with producers in advance of an application?
We don't expect anything, but we are very happy to have one-to-ones. We are a smaller fund compared, for example, to the BFI Film Fund, which, by the way, also still supports minority and majority co-productions. So we can manage the meeting requests. As I said, we do webinars for co-production once before the closing of the Strand for business development 3 times. And we are very happy to take questions after you read the guidelines, obviously, at the beginning, because your questions may be more general, and then towards the end, where your questions may be more like business or legal questions, very specific, where we will, for co-production, it's going to be myself and the business affair executive. For business development, there's a business development manager, and so on. So we don't expect it, but it's very welcomed. It's really up to you.
Okay, is it possible to have an introductory meeting about a project today when you're in Glasgow, or is it something you would want to schedule? Just because the deadline is for the closing of this round is quite soon, so I'm kind of in preparation.
I may have.
You're coming to Glasgow anyway.
Huh?
You're coming to Glasgow today.
Oh, I'm coming to Glasgow. Do you want to apply for this round before the 4th of April? So we're gonna be in Glasgow end of April again, but I'm happy to like quickly talk. I know we have a meeting as well, but
sure.
like 5 minutes maybe after this, if
That'd be
that's
great,
if
yeah.
that's enough. Yeah,
That'd be
and we can. I'm very happy to follow up on a Zoom call after.
Cool.
Cool.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Just one other question.
Yes.
Sorry. In relation to the development funding for the company development funding, I didn't catch what the kind of level of funding that was. I mean, what does that sit at?
It was,
It's between 50,000 and 200,000.
and we got 90.
Yeah.
Spread over the 3 years.
It's
Is it?
50, 20, 50, 20, 20, something like that.
All right,
Yeah.
Just curiosity.
Yeah, that's
course.
for business development and for co-production 300,000 max. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Selena. I work with a small film incubator, as we call it, who are based in the Celtic regions of Scotland, Ireland and Wales. My question is a more general one. I was wondering about how many people or how many teams you have going from the co-producing strand into the business development strand.
So obviously there's two different teams that assess different application rounds. It's very rare. So I think it's this company is quite an exception, but you can do that. You can apply for both. We only had I think 2 or 3 in the 2 years, and there is a cap of the funding that you can receive. It's under the subsidy rules. I think it's around 600,000 over the 3 years. You cannot apply more than that. And there's also another rule for business. If you have had some money from business development, you cannot have money from other MFE. I can't remember. I'm not the expert on business development, so apologies. But you can do that, absolutely. It's just quite rare, but it can happen.
Maybe better to hedge your bets then.
What do you mean?
Hedge your bets in terms of which one you want to apply to.
Well, I would just encourage you, if you have a good business strategy and you have a good co-production project, why not? Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well then thank you so much for coming. Thank you both for being on the panel, and I'm really happy to follow up. I don't know if my email is anywhere, but it's if you go on the website UK Global Screen Fund, there is a general email which is monitored daily. I know it sounds like a general email, but it is monitored daily, and it's gonna be forwarded depending on which is your interest, if it's a distribution, development, business development, or co-production. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
have a sip of this.
Hi everyone. Ooh,
look it up
there we go. My name's Hannah Strong. I'm the digital editor of Little White Lies magazine. For those who don't know us, we're an independent film magazine celebrating our 100th issue this year, which makes us 18 years old. I haven't been there all 18 years, just so everyone's aware. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here today to moderate this Glasgow Film Festival industry panel, documentary Fact v Fiction. I'm thrilled to be introducing you to two wonderful up-and-coming filmmakers who have these films which kind of blur the lines between the two, would you say? Yeah? Between documentary and fiction? It's like hybrid.
Well, we can talk about that for the next hour, I guess.
So we have Matt Johnson, who is the director of Blackberry and the producer of Ethan Eng's Therapy Dogs. And we have Ulfrún Ernzalsdóttir.
Örnólfsdóttir.
I did send an email asking about pronunciation because I was really worried. Who is the director and star of Band. Hopefully you've had a chance to catch these films, but first I'm going to get them both to do a kind of elevator pitch of what their film is so we can then dive in. So do you want to start? Yeah?
Yes, Álfrún, yes.
Álfrún, do you want to
yes.
start?
So my film Band is a music doc about an all-female band of women around the age of 40 that have kids and are kind of too old to be up and coming, but the band is not doing so well. So, and they want to kind of explore if there is any strength and beauty in failing. So we follow them for 1 year while they make an attempt at success. Yeah, so it's about life and death, really, of the band. Yeah.
And the films I was associated with here, Blackberry is about literally the phone, Blackberry, and it is kind of a biopic about the people who invented it. And then Therapy Dogs is very close to a documentary about the last year of some high schoolers' lives, where they make kind of a half documentary, half fiction film about what it's like to graduate from a Canadian high school.
Which watching it, I was very much reminded of The Dirties, which was your kind of breakout film. I was like, oh, I wonder if these kids had seen that.
Oh, yeah. The reason I was a producer was because my first film, which actually also screened here, The Dirties, was another fake documentary about my last year in high school, except it was much more fictionalized. It's about a kid and his best friend planning a school shooting, but you, as the audience, don't know if it's a joke or not. And the film is shot like a documentary. And the kid, Ethan Eng, who made Therapy Dogs, had seen that film. And so he had asked me and my filmmaking partner, Matt Miller, to help him make his movie about around 8 years later.
That's very cool. He must have been like quite young, because he's only about 20,
He was
21.
17 when I met him. He might have been 16, and he did a co-op. He was looking for an opportunity to make a film in school, but they wouldn't let him. And so we let him do a co-op at our office, where really all he was doing was making this movie at his school instead. But now he's 20, I think. I think he's 20 or 21.
It's a very cool film. You should definitely check it out if you have a chance. I don't think it has UK distribution either, so if anyone in the room is involved in that, maybe look into it. I saw it the other night and I was, kind of amazed that someone so young, well, I mean, it happens all the time, but it's nice to see someone that young be that kind of like preternaturally talented for filmmaking. I guess to start with, documentary is a term I think that often does and doesn't apply to filmmakers like the two of you, in that Matt, in your work there's a lot of kind of documentary styles and like kind of filmmaking techniques we associate more with documentary than fiction filmmaking, but obviously Blackberry is a fictionalized account. It opens by saying this is a fictionalized account of a true story, and Band, again, like it blurs those lines very elegantly, to the extent I was kind of like, hang on, how much of this is reality and how much is a kind of fiction? I'd love to kind of get your perspectives on the term documentary itself, and kind of if you feel there's any stigma attached to that term. It feels to me sometimes that documentaries can be pigeonholed and like sectioned off. Traditionally in film festivals especially, they kind of get pushed to the side a little bit. It's very nice to see here that's not so much the case.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, I have a lot of opinions on this. Specifically, that I think that the grammar of documentary filmmaking has become much more widespread in my lifetime, and I am sympathetic to this idea that film festivals typically are pushing documentaries to a kind of different program. But I think that actually has more to do with what documentaries traditionally have been trying to be, which is that they kind of have a point to them, which is to say they're almost, what's the word? They're instructive, you know what I mean? It's like you watch a documentary to literally learn something. And weirdly, I think that the market for that type of entertainment is very different than the fiction film market, because when you go to a movie, you're not going to be taught something literal. You're going, I think, in a subconscious way to be taught something kind of spiritual, right? A lot of, at least I'll speak personally, like my reaction with cinema and my history with it is like, it's almost like I'm trying to learn and experience the myths and the truths of the past, experienced through stories that are contemporary to me, right? And that's the magic of it. I heard a great Björk quote once, which changed my life, and it was that she was talking about herself. Björk is an Icelandic singer, and she said, "My job as an artist is to connect the myths of my past with my vision of the future." And I thought, oh my God, that's exactly what is happening to me when I go to see movies. And this is a long way of saying that documentary seems like it's not there, right? It almost seems like television. It seems like a great example is An Inconvenient Truth, right? Movies about climate change where it's like you go to learn something. And I think that the tools that documentaries use can be very powerful for fiction filmmakers. It's just that oftentimes documentary filmmakers come from a journalism background or a information background that, or a what's the word, sociological background, and they're not interested in telling stories that don't have a point. Whereas most of the movies that I think everybody in this room loves, even though you may not know it, the movies don't really have a point. Like, you can't say what a movie's about, right? You can say kind of vaguely what it is about, but you couldn't sum it up in a sentence the way that documentaries you really could say the point of this movie was to teach you this. So I think that may be why they're ghettoized in a sense, but I don't think that the tools that they use are less powerful at all. I love them. I think they're more powerful than a lot of the typical cinema tools that we are used to.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think what is kind of difficult about documentaries, but also the power in it, is that it exposes, it has a room for kind of imperfections, and also because then the audience needs to kind of face their own imperfections in some way, which is harder. It's easier to watch like a glossy film, and you are not, it's kind of more distant from you than documentaries sometimes are. They like ask you to get involved, or it's kind of because it's more rough and more close to reality or real life in a way that and you know that the people maybe in it are real or it's really happening, then it kind of makes it harder for you as an audience to just stay neutral and go home and you just had like a nice experience of watching a nice film or something. But documentaries, it's such a wide term in a way. Like you were talking about these kind of investigative documentaries that have a point, but you also have documentaries that are more poetic, that are more kind of like an essay or a journey of a person, be it like a famous band or an artist or like a more low-key kind of personal story of somebody, like Mr. Organ, the film that's playing here is like
it's a great
quite
example.
a powerful film about some random terrible person in New Zealand. and it's kind of harder to watch it because it's real, because if it had been a fiction film it would be totally different. But just knowing that this person is still out there and you kind of have to think about people who behave in this narcissistic way in your life, it's more powerful in a way.
I mean, I feel like that's a good place to kind of talk about these particular films that you two have made, because in band, you know, this is a real band. This is your project. And what was the kind of impetus behind your decision to make something that does have kind of fiction elements rather than going down a more kind of like straight, like, was it kind of, I mean, it must have been inspired by the fact that the band themselves are quite an offbeat collective, the three of you.
Yes, I think like the decision to make this documentary about my own band came because I'm using the band to kind of make a point or talk about a truth or wonder like how we deal with failure. So the story of the band kind of helped in sort of, searching for this truth. Because I think with stories, we're always like looking for something truthful or, you know, some kind of truth that we can... okay, what am I saying? Okay, so can you ask me the question again? I just totally
of course.
lost track of my
what
thought.
was the impetus behind the decision to fictionalize a true story?
Okay, so the band is, of course, like a performance art band. So we are always performing some kind of versions of ourselves in a way. So then it made total sense to incorporate also like imagination and performance elements in the film. So it's both showing our reality as it is, but like I also wanted to show in the film how reality affects our imagination and inspires us to make art. So, and for me, my imagination and what's happening in my head is just as real as this, you know. So I wanted to kind of blur the line in that sense. So we can all of a sudden just jump into a music video that is kind of heightened reality, but it's still part of our world. It's part of the aesthetics of the band and what the band is doing. It is also telling a story of how we cope with shitty situations in our life that we can escape into music making and all of this. I wanted to blend it. And also the decision to have this kind of, it's a documentary that feels like fiction, because I wanted the audience to just go on the journey and discover things as we are discovering it. So we're not like having interviews or talking into the camera or, you know, so the camera is just there as if we don't know it, but of course we do. And because I'm an actress, so I come from this fiction background. So for me, it made total sense to just recreate scenes that happened when the camera wasn't there. I would just write down the scene sort of as it happened, and then we'd do it again. So for me, I didn't even realize that I was breaking the rules in a way, or blurring the lines. I was just making the best film I could make.
And Matt, with Blackberry, obviously it is a true story. This really did happen, but within the film, there are a lot of kind of flourishes. Like my favourite bit is when they're discussing what they are going to call the phone, and they have this like close zoom on a Blackberry stain on Mike's shirt. What was your kind of feeling when you came to the source material about how you wanted to approach it, and did you kind of feel any like push and pull between the fact this was a true story, but you have to kind of make it your own and do something different from the kind of standard biopic territory, which I think has become more and more common in the past sort of decade or so?
Yeah, and I think that what you're doing with your film actually relates to this in a real way. And I think I talk to a lot of film students in Toronto. I lecture at a university there, and I think that oftentimes people get hung up on facts versus truth. And I think they're very different. And Werner Herzog has a really great take on this, and he says that there is a truth that he refers to as an ecstatic truth that actually supersedes reality. And it supersedes the facts of what happened. And oftentimes film students, when they are pitching stories or they're thinking of things that happened, or I can even take the example of you thinking of how you're going to make the story of your band. The fact that something actually happened, one, doesn't make it interesting, but two, doesn't make it deeply true. Something that's deeply true is something that we as a society see wisdom in. And we can't put our finger on it, but we go, oh, that's real. And it doesn't necessarily need to be exactly what happened. And so when we were approaching the facts of BlackBerry and the history of this company, the facts are quite boring. You know, it's a small Canadian company with a small group of people who made fairly standard decisions that led to the creation of a product that took on a bit of a life of its own. And so we were looking for a truth in those facts. And so a lot of the, ironically, like fiction that we added to that story are things that to me seemed more deeply true about the relationships between the people. Because that to me is much more interesting and valuable to society. Because just a recounting of the literal events of something that occurred that led somewhere, it has no transportability between cultures, between time. It's like, I think as filmmakers, we're trying to make something that is timeless in that it is showing people ways that things have been done, in whether it's with a band trying to figure out their identity or deciding if they should stop being a band, or people making a cell phone that is transportable and you can watch and be like, these are some nerds making a phone, but I see how this is related to me doing whatever, being a film critic or learning how to make movies. Like, there is a relationship between these things. And for me personally, I read the Blackberry story as the story of young men learning how to make movies. And so I tried to transpose as much of my own life onto the story of this company as they had a hit product and then their relationships changed and then they needed to figure out how they were going to go on from there and how it in many ways destroyed their lives. I saw so many parallels between that and what was happening between me and my friends in Toronto making our little movies. And so I felt that the more specific I could be about my own literal experience as a filmmaker, the more universal the story seemed to be to people who saw it. And so I think getting hung up on facts is a kind of, that's like a neophyte's attempt at writing, because they're so concerned. What you'll hear very often with film students when you're reading their scripts or hearing their stories is they'll say, but I need to do it like that because that's what actually happened. Like, that actually happened. And it's a difficult to get to that next level of being like, what happened is meaningless. What the facts are meaningless. What's valuable is the truth associated beneath those facts, because that takes wisdom to discover and is so much more valuable. But I stole all this from Herzog. Like, this is not my concept.
And maybe it ties in with, like, facts are never kind of neutral. It's always someone's point of view. Like, you are always going to be subjective. Like, it's going to be filtered through the filmmaker, like your voice. And if you manage to connect it with the truth within yourself, then it's going to be more powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly I was a history student, and the process of being a history student is learning who wrote history and how those facts are translated and how they change. And I think it's the same with filmmaking. Certainly all the films I study across history, there's a period of kind of evaluation when it comes out, and then a reevaluation, and a kind of like things change, stories change, even in the kind of aftermath of them being told. I would love to know, I mean, you both also star in your films, which I think is another way that kind of, it feels like fiction and reality kind of collide in them. Do you feel that way, that kind of putting yourselves directly in the film kind of changes it at all as a narrative, or is it just a very natural thing? So obviously you're in the band and you have always been kind of in the films you're making, I think, to some extent. Yeah, you were in... Yeah. I was just checking in my head. How do you feel about that? Is it a case of wanting very directly to be immersed in the kind of energy, or was it just a case of kind of natural, it makes sense because this is part of my life and part of my world?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with my film, because it's about my band, and just because the idea came to me when I was standing on stage with 5 people in the audience and not getting paid and having to pay my babysitter, and I was just like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? But then I got this idea, if there was a camera present, this would be an amazing scene. So that it kind of, I started to kind of watch myself from outside, which is kind of, and that was then, 3 years later, I have a film. I thought it would be a small documentary, took 3 months or something, but so that kind of started the journey. But being both the director and kind of in the film, in front of the camera, kind of makes you like split your brain in two. I felt like sometimes I was watching myself, but then I could also just immerse myself in what was happening and then switch to the role of the director who is assessing what just happened. And also, it was complicated or problematic in a way because I was making a film about my friends and I was putting them, or I was there with them in vulnerable moments, and the director was thinking, keep the camera rolling, this is really good material, but the person, Álfrún, was like, I'm a terrible person, but you don't want to like censor out the hard bits because it needs to be true, so you kind of want to, so I had this kind of conflict, but for me it was natural to kind of jump between director and performer, or myself, performing the self. Yeah.
Gosh, there's so many layers. It gets very meta with band. And Matt, with you, with Blackberry, was it a case when you kind of were working on the story that you saw the role of Doug for you straight away?
No, at first it was written for another actor, and I was trying to write it to be, I think, maybe like me. But it's funny because all the characters I was trying to write to kind of be like me. And if you've seen the film, maybe that seems quite odd, but it's about three men who really view work and life differently, extremely differently. But they really were all different versions of myself. And I only decided to play one of the roles when one of the other actors asked me to. So it was very different. I think my experience on this film was very different than my other films, where I really am playing myself, and that would be much closer to what Band was like. But this was more almost like a convenient. It was like I knew the script really well, and I think because it was mostly actors from long histories of dramatic and comedic acting, it helped that I could be there as a total beginner and improvise and do silly things to kind of give everybody permission to not take it as seriously, but it was not the experience that you had in your film. It was very, very different.
And Álfrún, I'm really curious to know about your bandmates and kind of how they reacted when you came to them with this concept, and how much of the narrative you kind of talked through with them, what the kind of through line of the film was going to be. Because I imagine it must have been, like you say, you're with them in very vulnerable moments, and you have to have that consideration of, these are my friends, but they're also my subjects in this documentary. How was that experience for them of kind of suddenly going from bandmates and friends to colleagues on set?
Yeah, I think initially they were just really excited about making a documentary about the band. And then I kind of wrote a script, like it was a pretty detailed script, even though, so I was like just thinking about the 1 year that we set ourselves to find success. And even though I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, I would still fantasize about the possible results. And I would even like write very detailed sort of scenarios, and then we would just do it, and I would rewrite and change everything just so I had like a structure in mind. So therefore I was sort of writing my friends on the page as if they were characters. So I'm just like Saga, the teacher at the art school, and we have a scene where she is like teaching the students, and then there are other people from the academy coming in and judging what's happening and stuff, and that's just something I wanted to kind of show from Saga's life, and then something different from Prebna's life. So in a way, I chose sort of how I'm portraying them in the film. Of course, they knew, they read the script and everything, so they were kind of on board with it. But then it became more difficult when I'm like, can I come into your house and see your kids? And how's it going with that boyfriend? Or, so it was kind of hard to know where the boundaries were and if I was crossing a line. And then things happen in the moment where people just like start crying and stuff, and you're just like, okay, are we still okay? And so I think they're still processing it. I mean, they are here, like we are going to perform tonight, so we're okay. but it was very delicate, and it was, I think it took a while to kind of process what happened. And when they saw the first rough cut of the film, one of the members was just like in a bit of a shock.
Wow.
So yeah, but we managed to just,
And I guess that's the difficulty of having like fictionalized versions of yourselves. Like there's still so much truth in there and emotional truth, but
and it's kind of unclear like how much we are performing ourselves.
Yeah,
it's just once the camera is there, it's complicated even for myself. I'm like, am I performing or am I just being completely truthful? Like, you are truthful in the moment, just as you are as an actor. You have to find the truth in what you're doing. But it's still like, is it influencing, just the fact that we're making this movie, is it influencing our behavior and our choices? So it is a bit of a mindfuck. Yeah.
And Matt, I mean, I imagine this applies more to the Dirties than to Blackberry, which is a more kind of like structured environment to be in. But certainly watching the Dirties, there's a sense of scenes where it almost feels like, I mean, you can have to tell me if this is correct or not, but it starts out in a very kind of like light place, and then by the end of the scene, you're like, oh, like things got very real kind of very quickly. And I'm very curious to know about kind of improvising, especially when you're working with friends. How that kind of impacts those relationships. You know, do you have kind of like tension between what you're trying to do as a director, as a filmmaker, and an actor, and kind of your friends, and kind of does it bleed out, that kind of
I've
creative
avoided
tension?
those kinds of conflicts mostly because all my work is really about, it's juvenile in a way that it really is about play. And even Blackberry is about play, and how specifically boys and teenagers will play with one another. And so because so much of it is like an invitation to play, whether it's in my first film, The Dirties, or in the TV show I made, which is about a struggling band, and it sounds very similar to what your film is. It's very difficult to hurt your friends in an environment like that, because you know the meta reality is hanging over it, and that you can always dip out and breathe if you want. But as you're talking about your experience, I'll tell a story about a filmmaker, if any of you know him, named Kaveh Zahidi from New York. Anybody know this name? So if you're interested in these things at all, I'll tell you briefly. He's an Iranian-American filmmaker who is in his 60s now, and he makes movies about his own life, and he has a television series called The Show About the Show, which is exactly what is being described here, except that he is writing and filming situations that happen to him with his own family over and over and over and over again, until the process of filming the show alienates all of his friends and family, to the point where his wife divorces him and won't let him see his children anymore, and he continues to film the show about the show destroying his own life because he's so committed to the concept of it. And so it's essentially the themes and ideas that are being discussed on this panel taken to their absolute edge, because he is so committed in his own mind to the artistry of what he's doing and to the truth of it, that he's destroyed his own life literally in order to make this show, and it's available on YouTube. And the show, in my opinion, is a masterpiece of like American cinema. And I would, if you're all interested in these ideas of truth versus fiction, especially in a kind of fake documentary world, I would check this show out. His name's Kaveh Zahidi, and his show's called The Show About the Show. Very easy to find. Very few people have seen it, but this whole conversation is just reminding me of it, because it truly is the apex of this idea. You can't go farther than how far he's gone, short of killing somebody, maybe. Right? And then acting as though it's no big deal and still filming it. But yeah, his wife is quite open. She says, if you continue doing this, I'm going to leave. 3 episodes later, she leaves.
I feel like are you too familiar with The Rehearsal?
Of course. Yeah,
the Nathan Fielder document. Well,
that's like the kids' version of Kaveh's. Truly.
Because I feel like that, again, like there were so many conversations when this show aired about the ethics of filmmaking and kind of putting people in a situation where they don't really understand that it's a joke almost, or that it's like a...
I think it's much worse than that, though, because if you're familiar with Nathan Fielder's work, it's not that his subjects are not familiar with the fact that it's a joke. It's that his subjects are so media illiterate that he is essentially like targeting people who are so outside of what you would need to... He's being quite cruel. Like, he's picking people who really have no defense and have a kind of base level narcissism mixed with a kind of media ignorance that leads to them being like fish in a barrel for what he's doing. I find that show quite abusive. Like I'm
Really?
watching. Oh my god. Well, just because I mean it takes one to know one, and I do that same kind of thing, but not in a way where I'm being like, look at this. I feel like much of the joy of that show is a bunch of media elites being like, look at how stupid this person is. And I can't get away from that feeling because it seems to be the crux of a lot of the enjoyment. There's beauty to it as well.
Yeah.
And I believe the show does celebrate the beauty of outsiders, but it's a very, very, very thin margin between the two.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you never want to be cruel to people with filmmaking. I mean, I would hope anyway.
Yeah.
I want to kind of circle back round to the location of your filmmaking because I think one of the great joys of both Blackberry and of Band is that they give you such an immense sense of place. And I said to you earlier when we were talking, I went to Iceland in December, and watching this film, all I could think about was, I've been there, I've been to that ice cream place, I've been to Harper. And the thing watching Blackberry that really like tickled me was how there's this constant like, well, you got to come to Waterloo. If you want to talk to me, you got to come to Waterloo. Like, there's a very kind of like proud Canadian energy, which I really enjoyed. I feel like both Iceland and Canada are maybe not places that get the respect they deserve for like the kind of film culture. And I'd love to kind of know if you feel like kind of rooting the film so firmly in these locations gave you an opportunity to be more kind of playful with other elements of the story.
I was not really aware that I was doing that. I mean, it's just where it is. Of course, you choose locations, but I feel like with most Icelandic films, they are really exploiting the nature. You know, they're really showing off all the beautiful scenery, and which is great, I guess, for you know, people abroad. They're just like, wow. But it's like, it can take away from the story, or, you know, you can hide behind it in a way. Like, I think you should use it if it really makes sense, you know, for the story that you're telling. And of course, it's really nice on a big screen to have beautiful landscapes. But my film is a city film. It's very much in the city. And like you can sometimes see maybe like a mountain somewhere in the background, or the sea is there, but it's not like the main focus. And I'm not sort of like using it, because the film is so much about just the band and the kind of it's more like street art, and kind of like there's a bar there, and we're buying ice cream, and when we're kicking someone out of the band, we buy ice cream because we eat ice cream all year round. Like there's -5 or something in the scene in the film where we're, you know, eating ice cream. But we do that. There's always like queuing outside of ice cream stores. So I thought it would be like a nice setting. It's like, you know, because particularly that scene is like, it's difficult for women to sometimes just say like, say things like right out, like, we don't want you in the band anymore. Like, we can't do it. So it's going to be like half an hour of like, you're amazing, like, we really appreciate you. And then like the end, he's like, are you trying to say that I'm not in the band? And we're like, yeah, but we really, really like you. And here's your ice cream. And it's just, even for me watching that scene now, like for the 100th time, I'm just like, oh my God. But yeah, so I think all the kind of setting is just something that made sense for the scene or what we were about to do. But of course, it is very Icelandic. It's a different location to anywhere else, I think. But it's very much the Reykjavik, you know, and in a way it is quite narrow, I would say. It's not like, we don't have many like very, what do you say, like, you know, master shots, or, you know, it is quite sort of close to us, I think. But it's good that you got a sense of place, because it's just, yeah, it just happened that way, I guess, yeah.
I saw a beautiful Icelandic film years ago set in the city called Sparrows. Do you know this film?
Yeah.
Oh my God. If you guys get a chance to see this movie, I sat in the theater crying for 10 minutes at the end of it. I'm not sure if this is a hated film in Iceland.
But it's a very difficult film, isn't it?
Extremely challenging film, but not on its face. It's about two kids who are kind of in love, and you don't think it's going to be dark, but it is a masterpiece of a movie. And it surprised me, because I thought I'm Icelandic, like by genealogy. Like my grandparents moved from Iceland in the early 1900s to Canada, and I thought I was going to be seeing a movie that was much more bucolic, but it was just all set in the city, and I think that was very effective. It really took my breath away. Blackberry was I think, I love relocations. I love shooting on location, and I think you said it perfectly, which is that by setting all of the action in the actual places that this happened, in Waterloo, in the actual places these people worked, on the real streets, at the actual banks, I felt as though that gave me a kind of tacit permission to experiment with the content more, because I'd gotten the brick and mortar reality correct. And I think that is more interesting to audiences anyway, to see the actual tools, the actual clothes, hear the actual music, watch the actual spaces. Like those kind of have, but anyway, they're tangible, obviously, in a way that story beats and dialogue, getting that exactly right or making that, transcript accurate, I don't think people care nearly as much. And for me anyway, I love that.
I love that
seeing
physicality.
I love it so much, because for some reason when you're in the space, you're kind of forced to move and behave the way the people actually did, and there's a kind of ghost of them there, right? Like, because
the ghost of the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I don't know why, there's a magic in a space. It's my mom, when I was a kid, in my country, Coca-Cola for many years, you here as well, it's like in plastic bottles, right? And the Coke is in plastic, but every once in a while there would be stores that sold it in glass, and my mom would always buy that, and I would go, well, is it the same? And she was like, oh yes, it's the exact same. And I said, well, why are we buying it in the glass? And she says, because when it comes out of glass, it's a little bit magic. And for some reason that's true, and I can't explain it. It's the same Coke, but when it comes out of a glass bottle, it's just a little bit magic. It's like my favorite joke by, who's the guy that's Slavoj Žižek, where he goes into a coffee shop and he says, I think I'm going to have a coffee without cream. And the guy comes back and says, we're all out of cream. How about a coffee without milk? And he says, no, thank you. It's like, it's a philosophical term, I think, called Hegelian negation, where it's like the absence of something actually affects the thing in a way, even though there is no material change, like it not being there, or in the case of Coca-Cola coming out of a glass bottle, somehow it changes the content. And I believe that's also true in film.
Absolutely.
For some reason, it being shot in the same place, even if I were to build a set that was exactly the same, it wouldn't have that same feeling.
Well, I always think about my mum is very into the energy of buildings, and she's always kind of like, oh, there's a malevolent presence to this building, that kind of thing. I think it is true to some extent. Yeah. And also, I love being generally where history happened, and I think with filmmaking, if you can get as close to that as possible, as close to where they were making these films, as in Harper, which is this beautiful venue in Iceland where, as they say in the film, many famous people have performed here. It does add something extra to the
maybe also because a building or a location is kind of like a character. It affects your energy, and it will affect how you perform or how you are in that space. Yeah.
I'd love to open the floor to questions if anyone has them. We have a roving mic. If I could ask you to wait for the microphone so we can get your voice on audio. But yeah, please raise your hand if you have questions. Oh no, we're going to have that awkward thing now. Oh yeah. Perfect, thank you.
So far, thank you. I just want to say the conversation's been delightful. It's been insightful, very hilarious. With that said, I do want to ask, particularly, you both have different films, but I know that you're saying that truth supersedes fact. However, do you ever feel that there's certain responsibility when you're representing someone who exists or lived? How do you balance trying to get the most truth out of something versus without, misrepresenting someone who existed in that way?
Especially if they're still alive.
Yeah.
Right.
So kind of see what your thoughts were about that.
Well, in some ways it's a moral versus ethics question. because it's something I think about all the time, not just with this film that I just made, but I shoot movies in the real world all the time with real people who don't know they're on camera. And I've done this my whole life. And the Dirties, I shot all in real high schools with real kids who had no clue what we were doing, with real teachers, many of which I'm sure would not have agreed with what we were doing, and maybe don't see the world the same way that I do. But I'm very lucky in that for some reason I was born with absolutely no ethics. And I feel as though that so long as you are genuine in your attempt at trying to do something great, then you are justified in doing just about anything. But I recognize that doesn't apply to everybody. And that is an extremely dangerous opinion for an individual to have. That said, I think that the responsibility that you have to your subjects extend as far as the promises you made that person and how you were able to approach that story in the first place. And so if, say, I were to have made a crooked deal with the real founders of BlackBerry and told them that I was going to do one thing and then moved the shell and made something different, then I think that would be beyond what I think is moral. But I just optioned a book that they had participated in, and I took the facts from that book and then from it created a story that made sense to me. And so with that as a justification, also, I mean, lawyers need to proof everything that I do. So it's not like I created characters that were beyond what legally seemed allowed due to defaming them. And so beyond that, I don't feel a responsibility, provided that I'm taking the work that I'm doing seriously. If I were just a clown being like, well, I don't care, I just want to make movies that are funny, and I thought of them as a job, and that's it, then maybe I would feel bad about liberties that I would take with reality. But because I really do care, and I really am trying my best to do something that I think will help people, I feel as though almost anything is justified.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything to add, really. I mean, I've only made this one film, and I've kind of talked you through what my kind of struggles were with, just feeling if, questioning if I was exploiting people, if they were okay with what we were doing. I guess it was a little bit of a problem in my film that this gray area between fiction and documentary, that it wasn't always clear if people were in on it or like thinking that we were staging a scene. Like when we kick someone out of the band and then 3 months later he's like, so when are we going to play next? And we're like, we just kicked you out of the band. Like, it was super clear. Like, it was like, yeah, and then you're like, because the camera is there, there's like it changes everything. So in your mind, it's very clear, but then obviously it wasn't. So I think it's just, you try to be as good of a person as you can, but then you just have to clean up the mess afterwards.
That's a great question. Do we have anyone else? I mean, I have more questions. I can keep going. I can do this all day, guys. Well, I'd love to know, I guess, from kind of, this is a very much industry side of things, but how do you pitch a project like Band or like BlackBerry to investors, to people that are going to help you get this movie made? How do you explain to someone what you're trying to do?
Yeah, my most challenge was that people were not sure if I was serious or not, because it's a humorous film, and I kind of, because it's dealing with painful experiences, like feeling like a failure, a failing career and everything, and kind of, but doing it in like a humorous light as a way of just surviving. It's like a coping mechanism to kind of make fun of yourself, or which is but then because it's documentary, everyone wants you to be really serious, so they were always like, is it a documentary, or like, who's gonna want to watch a film about a band nobody knows? And I'm like, that's the point, like, to like, because you've seen so many music docs about like the success of this band, and it's usually an all-male band, or not an all-female band at least. So I had some trouble sometimes with just convincing people that it was a proper film or a project that was worthwhile. But other people just really got it. So that's why I got the funding. We have like an Icelandic film fund. So at least the consultant there sort of understood what I was trying to do. And she was also just came from a fiction background, so she was happy with it being like a hybrid format. So, but it was tricky to find the balance and how to pitch it. Definitely.
Because you're saying, well, it's not really a documentary, but
Right.
it's not really a fiction film.
And
like-
also people wanna like put a stamp on it. Like, is it a doc? Is it fiction? Like, what is it? And I'm like, I don't wanna, I love it when it's kind of somewhere in between. But it's harder when you're talking to financiers. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, it's always the case.
Yeah.
With BlackBerry, because we had a book, it was a lot simpler. I think that having IP as a production company is hugely useful in getting financiers or even governments. Like we have a similar board in Canada called Telefilm, which I imagine operates much like the Icelandic Film Board. And that chain of title is a term that maybe not everybody here knows, but is very useful in terms of getting people on the same page as to what a project really is and who owns it. That's a big thing with talking to people who are going to be financing your work. And a piece of IP, and by that I mean a book or the rights to a play or an old television show or whatever you can find, a comic book, I think really helps to crystallize a conversation about what it is that you're doing. Because even though if you were to read the BlackBerry book called Losing the Signal and then watch our film, you would say, well, I would never have expected this film to come from this book. At a stage one ground level conversation with people, it is really great in terms of getting everybody on the same page, because in your case, having the actual band and being able to invite people to see you perform or to give them a demo tape or to show them photographs of your band, that is what I mean by having like a piece of IP. Even though that may not seem like one, it's a really strong orienting force that then you can build a conversation around. But something concrete at the beginning always helps. And so even if the final project winds up in a completely different planet than what was in that book, having it as your base layer is hugely helpful. And anybody will tell you that. Lawyers will tell you that. Like it's so powerful, just for creating the legal story, almost like what's that term, provenance of a story. Like when you see a museum piece and it'll show you every single place it's been before that. That's very useful in a way that you would never expect in terms of filmmaking and writing. Very, very important, because chain of title, which is basically the official authorship of your film, is what is it, that's at the center of the legal defense for it existing. And for me anyway, that sense of chain of title has been the reason I've been able to do what I've been able to do in terms of bending what you can and can't show in a movie, shooting in the real world, et cetera, et cetera. Like you need a strong piece of legal material at the middle of it.
Looking around for hands. I guess as well, I'd love to know, Matt, because this is a kind of a much bigger scale production than The Dirties was, or your second film even. How did that change the way you approached the kind of the practical side of things, filming wise, or were you very much keen to keep the techniques that had been so integral to your first few projects?
My first one was very small. It was just made by me and my friends on, I imagine, were you shooting your film just on like handheld?
We had an Alexa Mini.
Oh, so you were, oh
yeah,
my God.
We started, for a year, we were using some crap cameras.
Yeah, and then
I was like, I want to make a proper film that looks good.
Yes.
So we got some funding, and then we could hire a DOP.
Well, that's very lucky. Yeah, my first one was literally just shot on essentially handy cams, and it had with it, like I said, that kind of documentary film grammar that I really love, and I was trying to maintain in this movie. But we also shot on Alexas on this movie, but with much older lenses and with very long zoom lenses. And so, I mean, there's a million things that changed. I mean, as soon as you start working with unions and real actors, then you're in a different reality. Most of my job on set was just talking with and managing the cast and making sure they were in a good mood. And I know that seems funny, but I'm going to tell you, if directors were telling you the truth, that's what they would say most of their job is. Because actors need to be treated a very specific way. And they're different than us. And if they don't get treated that way, everything gets really bad really quick on your set, and there's like no movie. And so most of my job was that. I imagine as I get better and more experienced, I'll be able to find shorthand to do that quicker. But that was the biggest thing that changed, was the culture around the movie was so different. But I was really blessed in that all my best friends were still the heads of their departments that they were back on my first film. So I was still working in the same basic model, but there were so many strangers. The crew was so much bigger. Like the pressure was so different. But trying to maintain that same energy of chaos, or like anything could happen, was probably the biggest challenge of making the movie.
I think I need to get your phone number and stuff and talk, because I have a bigger film coming, but I still want to keep that kind of mobility and just the sense of a small team that can just like be spontaneous, So yeah, let's.
So long as you still have many of the people who worked with you on this movie, it'll be easier. The biggest problem that I see happen is people will graduate into bigger projects and not have all the same people that made their first film with them, and then the faith of the crew or the trust of the crew on day one is just completely eroded, and then you become a prisoner of your crew. And I see that happen all the time, especially when directors move from first features into television, where they're really working with a crew that they don't know. But your AD, like your assistant director, really has a lot to do with setting the culture of how quickly you move and how things go from place to place. But I won't sugarcoat it. Like, our crew was in almost like open mutiny within the first week of us shooting, because we were shooting this way where I would be like, okay, instead of shooting that, we're going to shoot this other thing, or all the lights that just got set up here, like, take them down, like we're going to shoot something that is completely unrelated. And that's the kind of thing that actors can get behind, because they come from that sense of play. But crews, especially like more union crews, not to their discredit, but they're used to working within a system that is a lot more regimented and moves almost like building like engineering in a way, where you do 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and mixing that up was quite stressful. So my suggestion would be to start working with the main crew that you're going to work with at a smaller scale as soon as possible. And then integrating more people slowly, so that they can get a sense of the culture as it goes, and not start day one like I did and being like, okay, we're making this movie like we're a bunch of dumb teenagers, and have everybody be like, oh, well, we don't want to do that. Because that was very, very painful.
I mean, certainly every filmmaker I've ever interviewed has said the key to making a good film is having a good crew with you who are willing to kind of not only trust you, but kind of work in the same way. And I remember reading a quote from Orson Welles, where he said the secret to being a good director is being like a field marshal and being able to lead all these people into battle. And
I think of it as being like a sports coach. That's what I say that I do, basically. I don't think of myself as an artist at all. I think of myself as truly being like a sport, like the leader of a sports franchise. And that's what you're doing. You're basically organizing the movement of very dedicated, very powerful people that you're just trying to all get looking the same direction.
Lots of like strong personalities on both the acting side and on the crew side.
Yes.
I think we might have time for one more question, if there is anyone else who would. Very shy audience today. I guess then one thing I love. There we go.
I guess the other thing I do want to ask is, you've mentioned how it's very different from fiction story. Well, it is fiction, but I guess more traditional storytelling. And what are the elements that people that are used to like standard storytelling, what do you think they should quickly learn if they want to go into this kind of blurry line, fact versus fiction? Like, what tools? Because when you're doing like standard fiction, like you said, it's more like very regimented, like what other tools do you think someone who's starting it out and wants to get into this kind of storytelling, what would you suggest for them to kind of like prepare for? If I know the phrasing of the question was confusing, I'm sorry.
No, it made a lot of sense. And I don't know that there's anything you can do, because I think film students are always asking this question, like, how do I start making movies? Which is, in a way, kind of what you're asking. This is specific, like, how do I start working in a format that is, like, metafiction or like fake documentary, whatever. And I don't think that there is a process. What you want to do is start watching things, one, that are in this space, but two, that inspired the space. Because that's certainly what I did. All my work is inspired by documentaries. And those are the movies that I like the most. And they're the things that I stole the most stuff from. And so getting a really great handle on the history of documentary filmmaking will help you a ton. Because nowadays, the documentary grammar is so ensconced in our culture because of reality television. It's become almost like the dominant entertainment form. And like it or not, those shows are using the tools that were invented by documentary filmmakers, mostly in the 80s. And by going back to those films, especially a lot of like Pennebaker films or Wiseman films, you see a lot of like the beginnings of what it's like to shoot something in a verite style, and that's where I stole all of my stuff from. And then what you do is you go, okay, I can steal these tools and use them in a fiction setting and do something that maybe will trick audiences. And then once you start doing it, the answers lay themselves out before you. Because if you shoot enough material, which documentary filmmakers do all the time, the answers will present themselves to you formally. Because you'll be in a situation and a scene will start, I'm sure, in the exact way that this film was made, where you don't know how you're going to shoot something, and then because of the tools and the limitations of the grammar, the answers become clear. So long as you shoot enough. You just need to shoot a ton and then select the answers later. It's very difficult. One thing I'll tell you is, if you're interested in doing this style of filmmaking, extremely difficult to pre-visualize or even to predict what it is that you'd want, because it's like trying to add chaos to order. It comes out as a weird, uncanny valley fake. It like becomes garbage if you try to plan something like this. And the most horrific like comedy that I see these days are when they try to make something seem found or make it seem real when it's so clearly faked. That has the most revolting effect on me, that I can't. It's worse than the worst fiction and worse than the worst documentaries. It's a mix of the bad of both. And so to avoid that, you need to somehow enter into the production with a kind of unplanned energy, but it does take a while to get comfortable with it.
I think it's a question of just what you want to do always. It's about finding your voice. So I think it's always good to just start with what is it that inspires you, and it can be from books or theater or art, or like in my case, you know, it's not always like watching other filmmakers. It can be like you can seek influences from all over, because stories they can be told in so many ways. So just don't limit yourself to something you think is the right way to make a film. I think I was kind of free from that because I hadn't made a film before. So I was not aware of the rules. So I just did something that felt right to me. And I think just, you know, because we tend to try to want to make something perfect or do it well. So it's like, just what is it that, you know, turns you on in a way? Something you watch or see, and just like, figure out what it is in your story just figure out what story you want to tell, and then you can think about how you want to tell it. Like, is it useful to use the kind of documentary approach even for a fictitious beast, or like what lane is suitable for this particular thing that you want to make, that is your story?
There's a great metaphor that describes what she's talking about almost perfectly, and it's about the car manufacturing business. And it's this. It's that when cars left sort of line production in America and machines started being used to build cars. I don't know what era this is, and I don't know the story perfectly, but the metaphor will land. And we'll say it's the 80s. And the Americans had developed big machines that we know now that would lift up car parts and build them together, and they would build these machines. They would build these cars rather than having people physically putting them together. And it was still very laborious and very challenging, and they're trying to build these American cars, but it was easier than using people. And then Japanese car manufacturers started importing these machines, but the instructions were in English. And so they didn't know exactly how the machines worked, but they taught themselves what kind of cars the machines wanted to make. So they studied how the machines moved, and then they were like, oh, okay, so for us to build a car that works with these machine movements, it needs to look like this. And that's why there's this massive boom in Japanese automotive manufacturing, where all the cars all of a sudden looked smooth and sleek, and they didn't have those blocky American shapes anymore. And they were making cars with American machines way faster and way more efficiently than the Americans with their own machines, because they designed cars to fit the machines, not trying to build their old American cars with machines that they then invented. And they completely reinvented the automotive industry. And they were now making cars at like 10 or 20 times the speed. And I think what she's talking about is trying to find a machine that fits your car, right? Sorry, the opposite. Find a car that fits your machine, right? Because that's a much more intelligent way of thinking about how you yourself can do something. Because if you go about it the other way, you're going to wind up like the Americans did, which is trying to recreate something that they thought was perfect using tools that were really not matched for that. And all the successful first features I've seen have, without knowing it, used this philosophy perfectly. They find the car that fits the tool that they have, and then when it comes out, you think, oh my God, well, that was brilliant. They built exactly what they needed to with what they had. But audiences never know that happened not by accident, but by intention. You just seem like a genius, when the fact is you just fit the form that you were given.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was just going to do the outro. Thank you so much, Matt and Alfrun, for, I think, a very enlightening, very funny Q&A about this kind of strange grey area between fact and fiction. If you are free tonight, you should definitely head down to Nice and Sleazy, where the Post-Performance Blues Band are going to be giving a very rare UK performance. So please, come see that. There's going to be lots of local talent as well. If you have a stub for either screening of Band, it's free. Otherwise, it's £5 on the door. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your attention and the great questions from that one person there. It was lovely to kind of chat about this with you guys. Oh. If it's very quick, just because there's something else after, but
I'm so sorry about that. I'm very interested in you mentioned about the relationship between facts and the truth, and you mentioned that the facts is what is really happening, but the truth, what is the definition of the truth? Are they just to satisfy the people's expectation or things? I'm a bit curious about this. Thank you.
What an easy question, eh? Please define the truth. I think what it means to me is something that is, I'll give you a good example, and hopefully I know I've been speaking in metaphors, but that's only because I'm so stupid, and it's the best I can do. I'm trying to think of a movie that everybody here will agree is good, and I don't know any of you, so I'll just pick something that's a big hit, okay? Maybe I'll pick something that is like The Shawshank Redemption, okay? That's a movie that people seem to like. Do you know this film, The Shawshank Redemption, starring Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman? Well, okay. So The Shawshank Redemption is a book written by Stephen King and then is turned into a movie. Now, when I watch that movie, I'm not thinking for 1 second that this happened. And I'm not thinking that at some point Andy Dufresne really did get framed for the murder of his wife and then got sent to Shawshank, and he went through these events and then wound up in this Mexican village called Zihuatanejo. What I am thinking, though, is everything I am seeing is true. This man is real. His friendship with Red is real. His life in this prison is real. and the existence, the community of this prison is real, even though it's a total fantasy. I'm sure that, when was that movie set? The 1920s? Does anybody know? Like, no, it was like the 40s, because they had that poster of the girl on the wall.
Rita Hayworth.
Yeah, Rita Hayworth. But the movie is more than real. It's like deeply true. It's true to me. And I would never watch that movie and be like, ugh, that never happened. Or more importantly, that could never happen. In fact, it's the opposite. I watch that movie and I say, that happened. And it's more real to me than the details of me walking down Sauchiehall Street today. Like, it's more real to me than the dead details of my own life. And so that's what I mean by true. It is like a kind of truth that penetrates you and tells you something about yourself that you yourself can't even explain.
And it's an emotional truth, right?
Yes.
It's tied to an emotional landscape, right?
Yeah, that you can't deny, that is undeniable in a way, and that to debate with somebody is almost absurd. But ironically, I think a lot of the debate around cinema and art generally boils down to something was real or was not real to certain audiences. And I think that oftentimes critics, even though they're not using this language, are actually exploring this idea. And great movies, especially classics, the word classic is so interesting because what it means is that it was so true it's never leaving, right? And that's how something can be an instant classic. For me, the film Whiplash is a movie that I know nothing about that. I'm sure none of that shit actually happened. That teacher's insane. Like, I'm sure none of it happened. And yet, when I saw that film, I felt like this movie is 50 years old instantly, and it's never going away. And there's something that movies and great literature and basically all art can do, that they transcend their time and they live in a kind of, this is like the Bible, really, where it's just like, now this is just a part of our culture that will never leave. And somehow that is associated with truth for me. But it may just be like like the wrong word for it, but for whatever reason it fits. So that's what I mean, where it's like the facts versus the truth they're not necessarily related to one another. Mm-hmm.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Are you going to vlog?
Well, you like the I can see.
Yeah, I'd love some. Thank you very much.
Just talk about your experience of what it was like.
Hello, everyone can hear me okay? Hi there, welcome everyone to the launch of Young Films Foundation 2023. My name is John Watson, I'm the Programme Director for YFF 23. I'm going to start by introducing the table here. It's not a wedding, I have to say, in case some people think it's a bit like a wedding talk table. But from left to right, we have Kieran Hannigan, who's Head of Scripted at Screen Scotland. Emma Lennox was one of our alumni for our programme that ran in 2019. Chris Young, film, TV producer and obviously founder of the Young Films Foundation. Manu Kurewa, sorry. I should have checked that beforehand. Manu Kurewa and Aileen Ritchie, who are our alumni from the programme that ran last year. So we're going to start with a video clip that gives a bit of context about the programme before we go into talk more about it.
The idea of this programme has always been, how can we create a sustainable film and television industry in Scotland? My passion is to have an industry in Scotland that sustains itself. We need to create and nurture new Scottish screenwriters. That's the whole game.
It's just amazing, just through this experience of this foundation.
It's really fascinating to see the evolution of the foundation from the last time I was here to the next time.
We're all in the same space, we're all in the same boat, and just chatting, it's been really, really nice.
It's just really impressive. It's such a diverse, interesting group of artists and writers and creators.
One of the exciting developments this year has been our participants have been paid for a year to write new work. That's a breakthrough, I have to say.
What I really liked about the approach was, we're doing this, we're supporting Scottish writers, we're going out to all the broadcasters, will you fund a script? Will you, in theory, mentor, help the development of one writer that we will develop over a year? Is such a clear and crisp pitch.
Chris has this incredible ability to attract people to Sky, so he has quite a large toy box to play with regard to who might come. The fact that he has found a really interesting cohort around the creative process and that it feels much more dedicated to that, I think changes everything.
In terms of the future, what I feel we have now is a sense of how a programme can work across a year, culminating in this incredible week we have here in Sky.
I really, really loved the week. I really did. I thought it was quite a kind of magical feeling, people coming together, putting together.
Oh, it's been a real revelation for me. It's been a completely unique experience and one that will stay with me for a very, very long time.
Hopefully this will keep me moving forward and keep me motivated and hopefully open some doors for a career.
This is going to be such a great opportunity to actually meet face to face with other people that have read the script, that can give their feedback, like important people that know what they're talking about.
It's hugely in the interest of the writers to meet face to face and in a much more conducive, often informal setting, these amazing, inspirational commissioners, execs, producers, experts, writers, directors. To have a week in Sky where you've got a script that you've spent already 9 months or more working on is such a privilege, and I think for these writers actually working in a paid environment, working in a professional environment where they're not just getting support but they're also getting direction from their commissioners is a unique experience.
I think the standard and the quality is super high this year. I mean, genuinely.
A lot of really good material, and that means that the Foundation's doing a great job of getting out to the growing talent in Scotland and elsewhere. So that's really important.
I think everybody's had an incredible week, not just participants, but mentors and experts will come back having gained more than they gave, probably.
I think it's an absolutely beautiful conceit, and it's been executed with such complete devotion, and I think we all feel really just very lucky to have been a part of it.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to start, first of all, with a few words from Chris.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Great to see a full house, and I'm going to steal Aileen's opening words from GMAC 3 or 4 weeks ago. She said one word, apply. So make sure you apply. That's the main thing. Hopefully that 3-minute clip will have given you a reason to apply. I guess I'll say a few things because I think it's probably more interesting for you to hear from everyone at the table here who has been up to Skye and kind of had the experience. I take no credit for bringing people to Skye. I think Skye brings people of its own. It's an amazing place to be, and it's a creative place. And I think, I think the hearing about each of the experiences of everyone sitting here would be most beneficial to you. What I would say briefly is I'd like to thank, this is a good moment for me to thank both past applicants who've come. All of our alumni in different ways are doing really interesting things, not necessarily directly as a result of coming to Skye, but in all kinds of ways, and we keep in touch with them. And one of the things that we're slowly putting together is a more kind of formal alumni relationship going forward, because we now have 24 people who've been through this program, and the program itself has evolved, and that community of writers is exactly what I think is needed in a place like Scotland, which is full of talented writers, but there's a lack sometimes of that kind of community and that sense of you're not alone. So I'd like to thank particularly I'd like to thank those who've done the programme, but also particularly those who've supported it, not least Screen Scotland, and it's great to have Kieran on the panel today. Something I'd like to announce is that Screen Scotland are increasing their support and investment for the programme, which I feel is a great vote of confidence in what we're doing, and I really appreciate that. So many thanks to Screen Scotland. David, I think, is in the room, and also Kieran. And Kieran can talk a little bit more about Screen Scotland's engagement with that. One thing that they will be increasing their support for is providing us with a kind of, let's call the person a script editor, who will be very much involved across the year in maintaining the links between the mentors, the experts, the commissioners, and crucially the participants, and keeping the participants connected. So we're very excited about that. I'd also like to thank, obviously, the broadcasters, Channel 4, BBC, and their different departments, whether it's Film 4 or BBC Film or Channel 4 Drama, Comedy, and Skye, who have come back again this year with a script commission. So once again, we will be offering a paid script commission. Before sort of passing it over to John to take you through sort of what the programme offers and what you would do if you were participating, just a few general thoughts which I want to share. One is that it is, for me, a lot of this is about longevity. I mean, in the clip we talk about, you know, a sustainable film and television industry in Scotland. I think writing is very hard, so I admire every one of you here, because I think it takes a lot of guts to write in the first place. And one of the hard things about writing, especially for film and TV, is that it can take a very long time. It can take a long time to write something. It can take even longer for anyone to read it. And sometimes that waiting for someone to get back to you can be very hard. And it can take an even longer time, as well, I'm sure Emma will attest, to once someone has read it and said that it's something they want to do as a broadcaster, for it actually to get made. And I think one of the things that we can offer all of you who do this programme is to realise that it just does take a long time, and that's not a bad thing. That's the reality, and that that feeling of frustration that you may feel should be kind of outweighed by understanding that that's what it's all about, and that all of the people, especially our incredibly talented mentors and experts, share that experience. And I think one of the things that people get from coming to Sky is they realise in a very informal setting, they get to know those experts and commissioners in a very human way, and they discover that actually, you know, surprise, surprise, they're just human beings like you and me, and that the frustrations and the impatience that we can feel, especially, I think, from the point of view of writers about the process, it's okay, it's just what it is, and it's not a reflection on any shortcomings on anyone's part. So a kind of normalization of this thing, it is all, you know, to make something really good requires quite a long time. That helps me just to thank one of our other sponsors, Torraveg, who make whiskey on Sky. And I think making whiskey is a bit like writing scripts and making film and TV. It can take a long time. It doesn't have to take 12 years, but it can be a slow process, and that's just not a bad thing. You know, it's all about quality in the end. So we're very grateful to Torraveg for supporting us, but also for kind of mirroring that journey. They have a wonderful thing now at Torraveg, which is called the Journeyman. So they have 9 distillers, and they've taken these distillers on from scratch, and none of them, when they're taken on, know anything about how you make whiskey. And each of them, across their development, is being given the chance to make their own singular, unique whiskey. And the brand is going to be called the Journeyman. And we haven't yet formulated a way of synergizing this with our foundation, but I think it's very similar to what we're looking for from you all as applicants and participants, which is what interests us in the end is the singularity of your voice and your experience and your writing. And that's, you know, the passion for your particular project and the authenticity and singularity of your voice is unique and is what we are interested in. So be yourself above all things in terms of when you make your application. So I've said far too much already. John, I'm going to pass it back to you. You can take us through the process.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Hopefully think it works. Yeah, so as Chris said, it's a partnership with a number of broadcasters. We'll go through those, and Chris has touched on those. But key to this is the support of Screen Scotland, and you know that support has increased for this year, so we're really thankful for that. So what we're offering is offered to 6 screenwriters, 6 new screenwriters, to write a TV drama, a TV comedy, or a feature film, and you'll be partnered with one of the 6 broadcasters that we have, and we'll talk about that. The really key thing here is that the scriptwriter is paid for that development. So over the course of the year, not only do you get the opportunity to access all this incredible talent in terms of experts and mentors, but you're also getting paid for it. So this allows you to focus on it, dedicate time to it, you might not do otherwise. So in the programme, you'll be assigned a mentor, and that'll be someone, you know, a leading industry figure, and they'll be your mentor throughout the programme, throughout the year. You'll have regular monthly meetings with that individual. They'll help you develop your script. Between September and August, what we'll also run is a series of masterclasses. So on a monthly basis, we'll either have an online or in-person masterclasses, and on those we'll be drawing in some of the best screenwriting talent, directing talent, producing talent in the UK. So the last times I've run these events have been online, but you know, post-COVID, I think we're really keen that on a quarterly basis we meet in person and you meet the other people who are on the course. So that happens September to August 2024, and then in September 24 is the week-long residency in Sky. So basically you come to Sky with your final draft of your script. So We kind of start the process with a very good first draft, we come with the final draft of the script. And that's really where it's kicked about by experts for a week. It's a really intense week where you'll get access to commissioners, access to other screenwriters, access to producers. What we also do for the people who participate in that, we'll also film one of your scenes. So we have actors, a director, and we'll film a scene, and that really helps bring it to life. And that helps at the end of the week, when we do another pitch to the commissioners, really bring that script to life. Finally, after 2 months after the residency, it's really at that point you deliver the script to the commissioner and to the broadcaster, and they decide if they want to go ahead with it or if it's going to revert back to yourself. And when we talk to the alumni here, we can talk through some of the experiences that the guys have had with that. So, application criteria and timelines. So, we're accepting applicants for a TV drama, TV comedy, or feature film. Previous applicants can apply, and I think it's not a question of it being a new scriptwriter or a new screenwriter. You can have done something before, written an episode, had something made, but what we're trying to get is new, authentic voices and to help develop people. So, it doesn't have to be first-time screenwriting. So, basic criteria, I think important to say. Number one, must be over 18, must reside in Scotland, unfortunately can't be in full-time education, part-time education is possible. We're looking for an original project, so we're not looking for an adaptation. It has to be an original project, original thought. And you also have to own the rights in it. We're not looking for anyone that's already got a producer or production company attached. So in terms of the application process itself, applications open today. If you go to youngfilmsfoundation.co.uk, there is an application form which went live round about midnight last night. So applications open, and as Aileen would say,
Apply, apply, apply.
apply, apply, apply. So applications are open until the end of April, so until the 28th of April. We then have a couple of months to review them. The last time we did this, we received 375 applications. So as you can appreciate, in terms, looking through CVs, writer statements, scripts, that takes a long time to go through. So we've got a 2-month process of going through that. So that really occupies May and June. July, as we say up there, July we'll be inviting the shortlisted candidates for interview, and finally in August we will make that determination as who's been successful, and the programme commences in September. So in terms of what we're after in the application, so we've actually tried to streamline it this year, which might actually be frustrating for people who are applying. You might want to write lots and lots to tell us how great you are. Unfortunately, we have to read it all. So what we've tried to do is focus this year. The script's really important, so we're looking for the first 10 pages of a script. Doesn't mean you have to have written your whole script, but give us the first 10 pages so we can get an idea of your project and understand your voice. As well as that, we start with the project logline. We start with the basic project pitch and also a writer's statement. And there's much more details and guidance on the website about, what each of these terms means if you're not familiar with it. And also a CV. Again, we're not really looking for a full CV, single page. Tell us the important things that you've done creatively. I'm not really interested in the old grade you've got in woodwork. What are the interesting creative things that are going to be, help support that application. And so finally, in terms of the broadcasters, Chris already touched on this. We have 6 broadcasters this year, so BBC Film, BBC Drama, Sky, and then Channel 4 Comedy, Drama and Film 4. And we'll have a variety of other partners, obviously touched upon Screen Scotland and the Torrevig Distillery, but we have a lot of local businesses on Sky who support us, Channel 4 Nations and Regions as well. So there's a lot of support that goes into this programme, and it's really aimed at developing that new screenwriting talent. So we do actually have some feedback from participants up here, but I'm probably not going to use this because I've got some alumni here and it's probably going to be far more interesting to hear from them in person. Before I do that though, I'd like to turn to Kieran. If you could give us a few words on what you think of the programme. You came up last year to the programme and obviously Screen Scotland's involvement in it.
Yeah, I mean, we're delighted to be involved. It's an extraordinary experience. I'll talk about Sky in a second, but one of the most extraordinary things about this, as well as getting paid to write a piece of work, is you are absolutely guaranteed that, the head of BBC Film is going to read your script. You're guaranteed that the head of Film 4 is going to read your script. Not only that, but they've got skin in the game, right? And for an aspiring writer to have really key decision makers actually engage with your work and be committed to your development, I think is just an extraordinary opportunity. I genuinely can't think of many other programs that offer an opportunity like that. It's phenomenal, and that kind of access continues. I mean, I think the year-long program, all the masterclasses last year were on Zoom, and some of them were recorded. So I watched them, and I mean, really, really high-level people talking. One of the people that's involved in organising the program with Chris, Beth Willis, who is an exec producer at The Forge and used to be a drama commissioner at Channel 4, gave a masterclass on development, and for somebody who's worked in development for years, it was like fascinating, really, really eye-opening and informative. And I think to have that level of access over the period of a year is amazing. But then you go to Sky, and over the period of a week to be exposed to the kind of people you would work really, really hard to get in a room with. And they're all just there, they're hanging out, they're having coffee. They want to talk to you. They want to tell you they've all read your script, by the way. And they all want to talk to you about your script. Like, here's Andrew MacDonald, here are his thoughts on your script, I mean, last year we, Derry Girls was in its final series, and everyone was talking about it, and I was having breakfast in the morning with Liz Lewin, who created the show, or developed the show with Lisa McGee. Just the level of access, and because it's a confined space, and it's very relaxed, it's just really easy to talk to people and connect with people in a way that, you can go wild swimming with some of these people. It's great fun, and get to know people on a human level, which is really terrific. But also that exposure, I think, to people who can really make things happen, to engage with your work, profoundly engage with it, and profoundly engage with you as a writer, I think is just truly extraordinary.
Thanks, Kieran.
I just want to say the Cayley dancing and wild swimming is not compulsory, so none of you need to feel intimidated by that. But it seems to happen.
It's not true. You force people up Cayley dancing.
Going to turn now to some of our alumni. I want to start with Emma. Emma was in the YFF 19 with her project Unfair. Emma, do you want to talk a bit about your experience of the foundation, and I guess what's happened with your project since you were on the foundation?
I went to the 2019 version, which was a much more sort of smaller version of what is now happening with this year-long kind of project. So I applied with an idea that was very close to my heart as a comedy idea, pretty much based on aspects of my life, and it's basically about moving in to a yard with show people that run the fairgrounds, which is basically what I've done in my life. I've married into show people, and it was suggested to me that this this sort of potential fish out of water story could be quite funny. And so that's the idea I applied with, and in my mind I was like, okay, objectively I know this sounds like a good idea, but I don't know if I should actually do it. Break the news to my family that I'm writing a sitcom. So I thought, actually, you know, this would be good if I get on this week in Sky. I can go away from everything and everyone I know and just sit and talk to industry people and sort of have that break away from home where I could sort of look at it properly and consider if it is a good idea or not. That's what was in my head when I applied. So, yeah, I got paired up with Liz Lewin actually as a mentor for the week. So that was she was really brilliant. And basically, I spent a whole week just getting very encouraged to do it. People were just like, yeah, you should do this. But what I also found helpful was that as part of the process, they give you a studio to film one of your scenes in. Are you still doing this?
Yeah.
Yep, good. So. With the help of an actual director, thankfully. And that was a real highlight for me as well, just to be able to get to see a scene actually come to life with actors, and then edit it, screen it in front of the rest of the people, see if people laugh or not, and really test out the material and how sort of how the comedy was working or not. So yeah, I had a brilliant time really, and I'm so glad that I went. And I feel sad that I can't apply again. Yeah, and from there, basically, Chris was very enthusiastic about the project, and
still am.
Yes, good time. We went to Channel 4, and we got script development money to write a pilot script, and then from that, they gave us money to make a short, what they call a blap. Like a sort of short pilot, which is now available on all 4, and so we actually got to make something, which is the dream. So it all started from, applying to young films.
I mean, I'm going to jump in and just say, I think Emma is being very generous, and you must all watch the blap, by the way. So quick plug for that. All 4 online. I think 15 minutes. It's very, very good. What I would say there is, well, two things. One, Emma's very generous. I mean, the real dream, let's be honest, is we want to get this as a series probably on Channel 4. And, what Emma has particularly experienced is, time frames just being stretched. I mean, one can talk about COVID. There's all kinds of issues, changes of personnel. Fiona, who's there, has gone to Apple. I mean, in a way, it is what it is. It's reality, and Emma has certainly experienced. Things have gone, in broad terms, objectively, very, very well in terms of the progression from that week in Sky. But I think both of us feel enormously frustrated at the time it is still taking for us to actually find ourselves doing a sort of commissioned 30 minutes. And that's still very much in our sights. The other thing I would say, just to be very clear, and again, Emma's been very generous, what we do at the end, the idea of you not being attached to a producer or production company is to empower you, because at the end of the programme, what I'm very keen is for writers to feel that they have a script that might, if they don't have an agent, they might get them an agent, that might get made. That script is going to open a lot of different doors, and I think it's really important at that stage that the writer retains ownership of that and controls its future. Young Films has absolutely no say or right or anything to do with what the writer decides to do. I was very flattered that Emma thought that maybe she said that she would really like Young Films to be involved in that, and I was thrilled because I think it's a wonderful project. But there is no, just to be very clear, there's no specific connection between the programme and anything that we do. the participants are very much free to take it where they will. I think that was all I want to say. So thanks, Emma. Thanks.
Thanks, Emma. And please do watch it. It is brilliant. All four, as Chris says. On to Aileen and Manu now. Aileen and Manu came to Skye in May of last year with their project Travels with My Mother. So do you guys want to talk again about your experience and where your project's got to after the residency?
Yeah, you can start if you want.
Yeah. We decided to apply together and co-write. It's not something we do often, but this particular idea seemed to be the right one. And the first thing I would say is be very careful in the selection of your idea for what you're going to apply for. Don't try and second guess what those that are going to be in the reading panel want, and don't think because it's set in Skye or it's, you know, sponsored by a whisky company or something that has to be innately Scottish. Our thing is set in Southern Africa and has very, very little connection to Scotland, and it was about the strength of that idea. So when we were making the decision about what project or what script idea do you want to go with, we just decided to go with the one that we really, really, really wanted to see made into a film. And it felt like a bit of a long shot that they might go for that one. But because our heart was really in it, I think that was the thing that kind of helped sort of push it over the line in terms of the fact that we could speak really passionately about it. The other thing I want to say is I remember being here a couple of years back at a nice drinks thing that Young Film Foundation had about applying. We were there together, and sort of thinking, nah, I don't really see me doing all those people apply, you know. So if you're like me and you're a reluctant writer thinking it's better that it still just sits in my imagination rather than I go and actually punt it to some people and make it into a movie, just give yourself that confidence that it could be you and just go for it. Because I sometimes think, you know, I'm really lucky that I've got Manu, who's really encouraged me to apply for film school, encouraged me to apply for this scheme. So be your own best friend here and apply, because you have no idea what material that you're going to be up against. You have no idea that the panel of people looking at the film project are really eclectic and really interested in different things. And you really saw that when you did the interview process. So just go with your heart in this film that you really, really want to make, or the sitcom that you really want to make, the thing that you would really, really love to make. That's the idea that you should get on its feet now and start working on that application today, and not just 24 hours before application closes. That's my advice. Manu.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say much more than that, except, you know, for me, the experience, the biggest take from the experience was having, people that believed in your idea. You know, because at the beginning I was thinking, oh, it's set in Africa, or it's, I don't think, but somebody else saw the idea, saw the potential of the idea, and that gave me so much belief in myself and the belief in the idea itself, and gave me the drive to write it, and co-writing it with Aileen. And so we were given the space to write, and having a mentor. I mean, who could have a mentor like John Coley, the writer of Happy Feet? I was thinking, this is great, even though he was all the way in Australia, but we were communicating on Zoom every now and then. He just said, anytime, just give me a shout, if you want to have a chat. And that was the process. And that was great. So we'd go away and write and come back and be challenged about the characters. And so the characters kind of developed so much more from where they started, which is more quite personal in a way. And they became, like real characters of a movie. And before I just thought it was more like a documentation or documentary kind of thing, but it became more like a drama. And I felt I was telling a story through that process. And then going into the week in Skye was just incredible. It was just amazing, because you were there and you have all these people, besides meeting your the other writers who are in the scheme for the first time, in the same space, which was brilliant, was great. Meeting all these, the mentors, the funders, the people from the industry, and just being in the same space, you could just bump into them at any time, at any point, and have a chat. Was just great. It was just amazing experience. I don't know if.
No, I think you can't. The word, I mean, they stole my word for today, which was going to be apply, but the other word I would use about the experience is magical. It really is a week off from the rest of your life, just to kind of reset your own agenda and sort of think about, well, this is where I've got to now, and now I'm with a week-long place where I kind of don't have to worry about what to cook, what to buy at the shops. You're going to have great food, you're going to have great company, and the whole focus is going to be on your idea, which, if you're like us, is usually the thing that happens at the very end of the day or either at the morning, and all the other stuff of your life gets in the way. So that dedicated time and being with people of such a kind of high calibre makes you kind of think better of yourself, and really makes you, as Manu said, believe in the material, and to kind of move forward and not think that the gatekeepers that are out there are going to be shutting the door in your face. They might actually want to let you in, and they might actually want to make your movie. And that's having that belief and that optimism gives you amazing energy to kind of move forward with your project.
And Neil, do you want to tell us about where you are now with the project?
Yeah, we want to kind of be really honest with you and sort of say we're a little further on, but we're not that far on, in that, we haven't been in Africa, we haven't been shooting the movie, but we are a little bit further on with Film 4. We got to win with Film 4, which was great. We've been given a little bit of money by Film 4 to do the next stage of a rewrite, and we're about to go off to Zimbabwe in 3 weeks' time for a month to work on it a bit further. And then when that rewrite is in, we will see whether they will kind of go for it or not. We're kind of hopeful, but we're also quite pragmatic that if that wasn't for them at that stage, there are other avenues that we would be keen to explore, because, obviously now the project has legs. It's quite a full script, it's quite a chunky script, and it's not like an A4 sheet of an idea that we had back at the beginning.
Yeah, and also, through that week as well in Sky, we got some people that were very interested in the idea, so much so that we got somebody who's in the industry, what's the name?
Robin
Slovo, who's more like mentoring us, mentoring the project, and she has managed to get us somebody to produce, who's interested in producing the project from South Africa, because that's where we'll be shooting the film if we get the go-ahead. And so we've got somebody already there telling us about where the locations could be and all that kind of process. So it's great. It's very, very promising, to say the least.
Okay.
But the place, again, for me, one thing is it's very, very encouraging and very, very supportive. You feel relaxed. At the same time, you feel like I'm being allowed the space to grow here, and I can just grow and be myself and just say, this is who I am, and people give me, good feedback or what. Everything is about you, and you're being given that kind of space, and that's what I found the most interesting.
I've got one other thing to say, and that is a number of people that were participants in the course had autism. Other people had other issues. We have a young son, so we brought him as well along. So anything like that you kind of think, oh, well, I've got a child, so that's a problem, or I don't like the idea of kind of going to these dinners or anything because I'm actually a really shy person. I think there was a real diversity of people on the course, and some of them were very shy, and some of them did struggle a bit about kind of, but there's no, you don't have to go to everything. You don't have to do everything. Everything is really there for you, but it's only the things that you are comfortable with doing that you need to do. So that means that, it's, You don't have to feel like you have to be a social butterfly to go and stay a week in Skye and kind of wow everybody 24 hours a day. If you're a really kind of tongue-tied person who's much better just sitting on their laptop, then that can be accommodated as well. I think it's the diversity of people that it attracts that also is a big strength of the project. So don't feel like I'm not that kind of person. Everyone's that kind of person, because it's if you're a writer, then it's for you.
Thank you. I'm picking up on Aileen's use of the word magical. So just think it's worth, I mean, I, without any permission whatsoever, called it Sundance on Skye. I'm sure Robert's very happy about that. Or Bob, whatever. But the reason I did that was because it's a two-way street. You know, the reason that, you know, Peter and Hanya and all these amazing experts and talent, incredibly to me, you know, they come back, they're giving of their time, you know, we don't pay them. It is because, I mean, we're here in Glasgow at the film festival, you know, this whole world runs on the fact that we all want to go and see new films or new TV shows, but let's just think films because we're at the film festival here, and that's all driven by the people who are writing them, and we don't make anything unless we have a script, and everything starts with a script. So obviously part of the interest, it comes from both sides. It's wonderful from my point of view that we're delivering in terms of our participants who come, but also our participants have delivered in terms of the talent who come, and as Liz says in the clip, you know, and Robin, you know, they're coming to Skye because they want to be energized with new voices that they haven't heard. They want to hear a story. They want to hear a voice that they've not heard before. And that's why I think, again, the point that everyone's making here is, you know, be yourself. It's going to take, even if you pass every green light without any problem, it's going to take at least a couple of years, probably more, from when you start writing or thinking about your idea to something being made. And it often takes much longer than that. So, of course, it has to be something you really, really care about. And of course, it does have to have a real measure of truth in terms of who you are. So anyway, that's just following up on that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I think we've maybe got 10 minutes left. So time for any questions we might have from the floor. We're at the front here.
This sounds bloody brilliant. Yeah, I just, the focus placed on creatives and giving them money, it just seems such like a rare idea, which it shouldn't be. But yeah, I just had a couple of practical questions just for the application. Is it possible to apply with a half-hour comedy pilot idea? And does it have to be the first 10 pages of a script, or can it be like 10 pages of scene samples? Or, you know, if you haven't got anything on paper for this specific idea, can you write your favourite scenes?
Yes to the first question. I think we are saying the first 10 pages of the script.
So you just have to make the first 10 your favourite scene. or make your favourite scene, make it open with the first, your favourite scene. Exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
Next. Here.
Hiya, it sounds really, really good. The directing part at the end, would this also be open to directors who write, or is it specifically just for people who want to be professional screenwriters, and therefore it gets taken by a director at the end?
So the directing part at the end is really for the writers. The idea is, what we're trying to show the writers is with a very, very good director, and we've had Johnny Campbell actually has been so good because he's a very, very generous director. So he's allowing those writers, in a sense, to direct the actors. But what happens in that process is, ideally, they discover that there's, you know, it's got a number of things. One, that what they write is taken incredibly literally, and that, you know, a huge number of people get involved in discussing how and why and when and whatever the words have to be and how it should be done. And I think it's really helpful for writers to be confronted with their own work and experience that realization of their writing into a filmed scene. So it's very much very much for the writers. Just jumping off that, I'm thinking of Emma. I mean, I think we've been so lucky with our participants because they have been enormously talented, but also thinking out the box. I mean, one of our mentors is Joe Thomas from The Inbetweeners, randomly, who knows why. But, Emma, in her script, wrote in a character who looks exactly like Joe Thomas from The Inbetweeners. And there's a very funny line, which if you watch the blab, you'll see it. And of course, she asked Joe if he'd play that character, and he said, yeah, fine. So, that's entirely coming from Emma. And I just think it's also having that attitude of just going for it and making the most of it. And I don't think any of the three of you were sort of disappointed in terms of if you don't ask, you don't get. And it's amazing what the level at which, whether it's Peter or Joe Thomas or whoever, if you ask them, broadly speaking, I think they're going to say yes. So,
just on the directing the scenes thing, it's extraordinary. I was driving up and I was talking about some of my favourite TV series over the last 5 years, and one of them was In the Flesh, and then we go to Sky, and Johnny Campbell, who directed In the Flesh, is the guy taking all the writers through how to direct a scene. I mean, it's a phenomenal level of input that people have.
Any other questions back here?
Hi, I'll semi-stand because I'm short. Thank you so much. It sounds everyone here is salivating. How much of the process relies on, I guess, an understanding of the industry appetites just now? So is it kind of like more present your best work, or is it be aware that occupation-based comedies aren't in just now? How much of the pairing up process with who the scripts go to is about what's commissionable for them at that moment, or is it more just about your best work at that time?
Well, I'd love any of the three of you to answer that from your perspective of having applied. But I'll just jump in from my end. I think I very much stick to Aileen's line. It's your best work. It's you. It's what represents you. It's what you most want to do. I think it would be very surprising to me if, as writers, not just because you're sitting at home, but also because I'd be very surprised if you didn't have an appetite for watching film and TV. Most of us, certainly speak for myself, I've ended up producing films because I just went to see lots of movies from a very young age. So I think we expect you to watch and to have watched stuff and to have some knowledge of that, because that's kind of what we're all doing. But we absolutely don't want, as Aileen says, what we don't want is you to try and second guess that. Where I think there's one thing in the application which it is useful. If you feel, you have this idea, you feel very passionate about it, and you're very clear that you want to give it its best shot. And as Aileen says, in their case, it was something that had nothing to do with Scotland, but it was something very real and personal for them. I think it is helpful if you can, in the application, say, I think this would be great for film 4, as an example, because there you're thinking, okay, I can imagine. I think in Aileen's and Manu's case, I can't remember now, but I think on the application it simply said, we think this is a feature film, very clearly, and therefore, we'd like to be paired up with BBC Film or with Film 4. And I think it's helpful for us to see that the applicant is putting their passion and their integrity, who they are, being themselves first, but not blind to the fact that there are 6 broadcasters here. If what you really want to do doesn't fit one of those 6, that would be surprising to me, because they're all quite different. And we would expect you to have some sense of the difference between a Sky drama and a BBC drama or a Channel 4 comedy. Anyway, I don't know whether you three want to...
Yeah, I would say that I applied with my most personal project that I've ever written. So, and it was good in the sense that I was very passionate about it, and it would stand up to intense interrogation over the week, and I knew it wouldn't just crumble down to nothing. Like, I was, I still held on to like the core of it the whole way through, and I was just very much still in love with my project. So that's.
We're still holding on to it now, Emma.
Yes,
it's
we
not
are.
going away.
No,
yeah,
I say
exactly,
there's still
exactly.
it's my baby. So I definitely don't put your cynical writer's hat on and go, this is what they'll be looking for. Make it about. It helps if it's somehow about yourself, and there's that ring of authenticity to it. I would think. So you can say, not only is this a great story, but this is why I should tell this story.
I would like to echo that. When we were talking earlier about your CV, one of my first jobs was as a buttonholer in a kilt factory. I would not normally put that in my CV, but if I was doing a pilot of a sitcom set in a kilt factory, I would definitely stick that in the CV so you could kind of make the connection and put it together. I think whatever is trending now is not, and in fashion now, is not necessarily what's going to be in 2 or 3 years' time. And when we're talking about development time, especially for something like a sitcom, there's no point in trying to second guess it. It's much better just to go with what, you might have something that, a precinct or a setting that we've not seen before, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for something different, and they're looking for you. And so just make sure that whatever's in your CV has some reflection or some bearing on the idea that you're bringing to the table.
I think we have time for one more question, and we're going to go right to the back.
And then I'd suggest you take James Mavor as well, just in front.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Zoe Hunter. I'm a writer and director, and I'm wondering, if you have 2 projects, can you apply with 2 different projects?
No.
Thank you.
And final question from the gentleman in front there.
I really just wanted to congratulate, Chris, for following on in the legacy of programs like Moonstone, inspired by John McGrath, and they have helped, previous generations of new writers. So I congratulate you on that. My specific question is about the script editor development role. Has that been filled, or will be advertised?
That will be. We haven't made a kind of formal announcement, but we have that because it's very recent news in terms of the support from Screen Scotland. Kieran can say a word too. I'll just briefly say that there's an enormous amount of support that each participant is getting across the programme, and I think what Kieran recognised when he came up was that across the 6 participants, I think we felt it would be really good if they felt they had someone of that kind of script editor type. Script editors are very specific beings, and there are many in different versions. But if there was one person to whom all 6 had a kind of uninterrupted and easy relationship. I think the truth is with even though our mentors are incredibly generous, I think John Colley was very, very relaxed, but you do feel nervous about ringing them every other day, and I think our feeling, and Kieran suggested it in fact, was that it would be really good to have somebody who was just there from our side to kind of manage liaising all those, the experts with the core 6, and to have a kind of more privileged and on the level actually relationship with them, because I think whoever we find, I think we'll be looking for someone who's probably has a unique range of experience, not least probably some interest in writing themselves. I don't know if Kieran, you want to.
No, I think it's exactly that. I think, there's an incredible range of people helping, and there's an incredible range of people inputting. And I think for a new writer, it's a wonderful opportunity, but it can be a lot, right? And it can be a lot to be in a room if after 3 months you get half an hour with an exec who's used to just knocking notes out, just knocks them out at you, and then you're left with, crikey, what's that? How does that affect the next 6 months? And who's there to, who was at the meeting, who's there to work through that with you? Like there's a huge amount of expertise, but it's somebody to be that touchstone for the writers to guide them through that process. That's what we're keen on.
Thank you. I think that's us out of time. I'd like to thank Kieran, Emma, Chris, Manu and Aileen. Before, I've got one announcement to make. I want to give one final word to Aileen.
Apply.
Thank you, Aileen. So I think there's a town hall next. After the town hall at 5 o'clock next door here, there is a special added extra where you get an opportunity to sample the Torrevieja whiskey.
Yeah, there's no obligation. It's just like the Cayleys and the wild swimming. You know, nobody has to drink whiskey.
The less you drink, the more there is for us. No, please come and sample some of the whiskey. So that would be great. And we'll be around, obviously, answer any questions that you've got. But thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yeah, and can I just... taking us through. Feel free to come to any of us and nobble us, either at the whiskey thing or there's the
Drinks reception.
Where's that?
Citizen M.
Citizen M. So yeah, we're here. So feel free just to jump on us. Thanks again for coming.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. If you're staying for the town hall, you don't have to leave. You can just stay in your seat and we'll come around and scan your pass.
Okay, hello everybody. A very warm good afternoon from me. My name is Yaya Barry and I am a representative of the Film and TV charity. I am the Community Development Lead for Scotland and Northern Ireland, and it's a huge pleasure for me to be chairing this fantastic panel. I am going to introduce my panelists shortly by giving them their voice in introducing themselves. I have on my right Sana Jahul, Katie Fomi, and Raisa Ahmed. We're going to have a very warm conversation, roughly around about 35 minutes, where our panelists can talk about anything they want. As a start of a 10, I thought how wonderful it would be to hear their individual journeys into this amazing and glorious film and TV industry. Thereafter, we can tackle some of the successes that they've enjoyed, as well as the barriers, and how they envisage the future of the industry 5 years onward. Now, when I received the brief, I was told that this is the first of an event of this nature. It is the industry town hall event. It is the start of a conversation. We are not trying to do anything radical, but rather to create a safe space where us, stakeholders in this amazing yet challenging industry, can come together and in a safe space talk to each other about the issues that really matter. Now, before giving the floor to my panelists, we have prepared a very short video to just outline the services that we at the film and TV industry, the film and TV charity can offer. So we support everyone working behind the scenes in the film, TV and cinema industry. We're here for the highs and lows as well as the glamour of the industry. The team, can you kindly play our video, and then I'll hand over to our fellow panelists to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Completely fulfilling.
It's inspirational, innovative. It is magic.
It's this massive adrenaline rush.
It's a roller coaster ride. It's completely addictive.
Oh, I just love it. This industry has a massive impact on mental health.
There's this real stigma.
You're disposable, worried about the next job.
Your job is to put up with it.
Just knowing someone's out there to talk to is amazing. There's this myth that if you're scared, you'll work harder.
You're often bullied by the person you should be reporting it to.
Discrimination, sexism, racism, it's rife.
You'll be blacklisted.
Who are you going to tell?
We need to stop feeling hopeless. You don't have to fight this alone.
working around the clock, sacrificing your life.
To survive, it's seen as a badge of honour.
So many talented creatives drop out because they just can't take the stress.
I hate myself for that.
We're the greatest actors because we put on a brave face every day.
We all need to blow the whistle on this.
We need a complete reset.
We need to prioritise our well-being.
People work better if they know they're supported.
Change will only happen if it comes from the top.
We need things to be better.
We have to band together for this.
We all have a role to play.
Right across the industry. Play your part.
Support the charity.
Together we can create change.
Okay, thank you. Time to hear from our amazing panelists. Sana, please, would you like to say a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Sana Yahuls. I'm the program director of Glasgow Short Film Festival, which is sort of the leading short film event in Scotland. We used to be part of Glasgow Film and became an independent organisation in 2019. So I've been with them since 2015 in various capacities and as program director over the last couple of years. I also work in festival distribution and strategy for an agency called Square Eyes, which is Vienna-based, and so we work kind of internationally with a very select, like a very small curated slate of about 10, 15 shorts a year, 5 features a year. And so my work is like, so I'm partly here, partly in Vienna, and then I work quite a lot on the international, mostly European short film circuit as well. And then, I do a lot of freelance curation, writing kind of stuff. And in the past, I've worked as a producer and programmer for Document, which was a human rights festival here in Glasgow. And I've worked in broadcast production, script reading, a bit of different things. I last year headed up the industry focus at Vienna Short Film Festival, which is sort of our equivalent in Vienna. That's a summary.
That's an amazing summary and a CV. Kate.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Kate FME. I work for Screen Skills, which a lot of you I think know about, the body that's industry-led and intended to help everyone in their career in the industry, whether they're wanting to get into the screen industries or whether they want to develop their career as they go. We're here for you as you go along that journey. I have a background in production and development. The first thing I ever worked on in Glasgow was a live TV experimental drama for Channel 4. And that was quite a baptism of fire, working as a runner on a live TV drama. It was terrifying and exhilarating, and like people in the video were saying, absolutely bitten by the bug. I moved up to Scotland permanently about 21 years ago, haven't looked back, worked in documentaries and dramas in production, also worked as a script supervisor on Tartan Shorts and Newfound Films and with the comedy unit, and had a career break for kids, wondered how on earth am I going to get back into the industry with 2 little people to juggle, and eventually came back in to do development, script reading, and sort of going towards script editing. Then the pandemic hit, and things changed a little bit on that plan. But the job for Screen Skills came up, and I'd been a fan of their work for a while anyway. And it's, really rewarding job, meeting lots of people and helping people in the industry.
Thanks, Kate. That's lovely. And finally, we have Raisa.
Hi, everyone. I am a freelance screenwriter and director. Work for whoever gives me a commission. So I started through an apprenticeship. I studied English at uni, didn't think film and TV was a thing I could do. Got in through an apprenticeship, which was specifically for people of colour. So the tick boxy imposter syndrome thing was there from the start. And then kind of, I'm fully freelance as a writer and director now, but kind of on the journey there, the job to pay the bills was film education. So I coordinated and ran the BFI Film Academy in Glasgow for about 4.5 years. Did various summer schools and so on. Still do a bit of work with the Conservatoire, do panels, things like that. And I have just become, voluntarily, the chair for the industry advisory group at the Glasgow Film Festival. So this event is really key for that in terms of getting a sense of what everyone wants, what we're missing. And for me, having been someone that's had barriers and difficulties in terms of making a career in the industry, I'm really keen to kind of just help make it easier for everyone else. That's me.
Thank you very much. You touched upon something very interesting there, Raisa, imposter syndrome. And me sitting in this panel, I'm the one that has the imposter syndrome right now. Even though I said in my LinkedIn profile a couple of days ago saying, I have no imposter syndrome. I am always my full self, but today I do feel that. Why? Because I am surrounded by industry experience here, and I am a newcomer to the industry. I have seen how wonderful and glorious this industry is, but at the same time, I have seen the challenges. You know, a work stream that I am currently leading in with the film and TV charity is anti-racism. But before we go there, I would like to talk about the successes that you've enjoyed in this industry. To kind of, you know, I think they call it a something sandwich, that you start with the good stuff, then you talk about this, you know, and then you end it off with some more good stuff. So, okay, so the successes that you've enjoyed in this industry, and, you know, do you see anything that, you know, you would like to highlight or pinpoint and share with the audience before we open it out in the next sort of just under 30 minutes? Yeah. Anyone to just chip in?
Yeah, does anyone want to inspire me?
Anyone want to start?
Shall I go?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know what my answer is, but I'll go. I think success is a really funny word, because I don't know how you measure success, especially if you're in roles in this industry where you spend so long in development. Because often you think, when I have the thing that I can show people, then I can feel like that's a success, that's it done. But I think one of the things I've started to try and tell myself more is that actually the little things are successes. So the fact that I have gotten into a position where I can be fully freelance as a writer and director in Scotland, because I refuse to leave, is for me, that's a success. The fact that I'm in this industry as someone who often isn't seen in this industry, and I still stick out like a sore thumb at events and things like that, because
do you?
I mean, I think I do. And I mean, I get the questioning look sometimes of like kind of people trying to figure out why I'm there. And you can see it. But for me, the success in that is I've gotten to a place where I'm quite comfortable with those looks now. Whereas when I first started, the imposter syndrome was very much like I started to question why I was there. So I guess the way I measure success is I feel like I'm here. I feel like I belong. I feel like I'm making the stuff I want to make, rather than feeling like I have to conform to the stereotypes that have come kind of before in terms of the stories that I'm trying to write. But also I can do this job and pay the bills, because at the end of the day, like so many of us work for so long to get into a position where we can actually pay our bills, because I come from a working class immigrant family, and that's important, is to be able to afford to do this job as well. So the fact that I'm sitting here, for me, that's a success.
Huge respect to you, Raisa. I mean, that you're here, you belong, and that you refuse to leave. I mean, for me, that's massive respect. I really admire that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to add on top of that? You know, successes that you've enjoyed, things that you've seen in this industry that, you know, you can mark as a success for yourself or for the industry?
I mean, it's sort of, I suppose, similar to what you're saying. Like, I think, you know, I think ultimately where I've gotten to and how, like, I would consider a success, and I feel like there's, you know, on a personal level, I feel like I've achieved quite a lot over a couple of years, and people sort of seem to acknowledge that. But I also feel it's always against this backdrop, and it's in a similar vein where, like, I qualify it as that to an extent, and other people do. But it's really weird to have to constantly put in this caveat of, like, yes, but even in a position where, you know, you're one of very few who has certain roles and is able to make a living out of those roles, it is still like wearing a million hats, and it is still overstretching yourself, and it is still not being able to actually care for maybe people that you are supposed to support in terms of staff, or because, you know, because even when you're in those positions, it's like you never really get that. But I think to move on from that to actual positives, they're like small successes. I think there's things that we've done in the last years with the festival that I am really proud of, like, because of what happened with the pandemic for all, how horrible it all was. Like, we were able to kind of use that to, for example, make our entire program accessible to deaf and hard of hearing audiences. Like, that was a big thing to do. And we were able to overhaul our pre-selection team to actually pay everyone according to living wage, which very few pre-selection teams do. And to sort of give, you know, a lot of people who work freelance for us a lot more agency and control over the program, and make it a lot more democratic as a process. So there's been like really small things, I think, over the last years that I really hold on to as small successes, to kind of tell myself that we can move forward and improve things in what we're doing. But I think it is against the backdrop of, like, you know, you're constantly still in a precarious position, and because of that, people who are like working with you or for you are in even more precarious positions. So,
thank you, Sana. Don't worry, we're coming to that part of the sandwich very soon. You get your share. But yeah, I mean, I really, wow, I think it's amazing, the fact that you have managed to include a section or demographic that, unfortunately, you know, tend to be overlooked. I mean, you know, the deaf and hard of hearing. We had some deaf awareness training just yesterday at FTVC, and you know, it just opened my eyes as to, in our organizations and our various aspects of work, are we aware of the people that we are leaving out, people that we are excluding, just by the way that we think and we practice? So, huge respect to you for that, you know, marking it as a success. Kate, do you have anything to add to this, you know, before we move on to the barriers, you know?
Are we talking about personal success here?
Hey,
Or
it's open.
general? Because I was interested in what Riza said about staying in Scotland, and I think that is in itself a success to be able to do that, but also for the industry. You know, I came to Glasgow 21 years ago, and then everybody was saying, oh, you'll have to work in London at some point, and by hook or by crook, I managed to stay, and that feels like just a success in itself. And now, coming back into the industry, having had a career break, I keep saying it does feel like the world has turned upside down, and we are really, really busy as an industry across the UK, but that's indicative and demonstrated in Scotland as well. And it's now the case that we're seeing people coming to do a job in Scotland and staying, and we have a lack of people, of crew, of talent in Scotland, and the screen industries are really looking for that talent, and inviting people to come north of the border and introducing them to this wondrous country and amazing industry and community that we have up here. So for me, staying in Scotland, and it's not just sort of my success because I managed to, you know, grit it through. It's a success of the industry that we're doing so well here, and it is healthy in terms of productivity, but with that come the other part of your sandwich, the challenges, and you know, it's not always ideal, and it is busy, and I'm sure we'll talk about it in a bit, but yeah.
Thank you. And I think I'll have to add also staying and living in Scotland as a success for me too. I mean, when my job description said that I would be the face of the charity in the nation of Scotland and the Northern Ireland, I was very daunted by that. You know, how do I, as a Gambian-born, Arabian-speaking, Swedish national living in Scotland, come to be a face But, you know, I think Scotland is an amazing nation. I really do. And I really, you know, always root for the nation. I believe that we have fantastic talent, wonderful landscape, and we could punch above our weight, certainly. And that's why, you know, I think I'll mark that as a success as well. Thank you. But going on to the next part, as I said, you know, I'm looking around the room. I'm looking at myself, you know, a black African Muslim, a BAM, but you can't say that in Scotland, you know. You know, it does bring its fair share of challenges, I have to say, you know, and barriers. So does anyone want to, you know, say a little bit about that from my amazing, fantastic panelists here?
Barriers. Where do we start? I'm sure everyone in this room could give us at least 5 things that they would consider a barrier. I mean, I think coming off of what you were saying around the industry thriving, it is thriving to an extent, but I think there are huge barriers in terms of we're servicing productions coming in, but in terms of work being created by talent in Scotland and by HODs being employed from Scotland, and allowing that talent to grow and develop, I think we still have huge barriers in terms of that. Some of that is, for example, you know, I know as a writer, my biggest sort of champion and the person that developed me the most, before I had an agent or anything like that, I had a film project that is in development with Film 4 now, but it wouldn't have gotten there if it wasn't for a producer who met me after an event and said, I really like your idea, can I read the treatment? And she essentially mentored and nurtured me as a producer in a way that I didn't realize that producers did, because in the past in short films, the producers essentially just helped make the film and done a wee bit of that, but not the level that this producer did. And so in Scotland for a very long time, we had absolutely no producers that we could go to when we were starting out. We're lucky that now we have so many amazing producers here. But in order for them to do that same thing for talent here, they need to be able to sustain themselves. You know, our problem is a lot of our work is project by project. And in order to have an industry where everyone is growing and being able to sustain themselves, we need to be able to fund all the areas properly. So, you know, why is it so hard for producers to get slate funding so that they could then invest in writers and directors and writers' rooms and all the other little roles that come with that? And so those are huge barriers, I think, in terms of us having a really full industry that's functioning and being self-sustaining. Because, you know, I don't think we can be just a country that becomes service orientated, you know, come shoot your thing here, but none of your writers are here, none of your directors are from here, none of your HODs are from here. What is the point of only developing crew that can go up to a certain level, but then they could never really become a HOD here because they'd never get the work? Do you know what I mean? I think for me, kind of from that side of things, that's still quite a challenge. And a lot of that is on where the broadcasters choose to put their money as well, and how many hoops we need to jump through to convince them that that Scottish talent, which they might call new talent, doesn't need to be tested, whatever that means, and they just need to commission stuff and just let it happen and not be afraid of some of it failing.
Wow, really powerful there. Any additions? Please come in.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose from a perspective of the exhibition sector and roles in film exhibition, I think, you know, it sort of comes down to similar things where in terms of, I mean, there's huge barriers to access, you know, and we see this in the makeup of the workforce. But in general, I think that workforce is very not well cared for, you know, apart from the sort of quite established institutions. And you've noticed a lot in the last years, like I've noticed a lot, and I'm not, this is in no way a criticism on those initiatives, but there's a lot of initiatives to get sort of new voices, like, you know, increase diverse representation into particularly programming and curation, and a lot of those are really good initiatives. You're getting people in, you know, at an entry-level point to kind of get experience in this industry, and then it's sort of there's this kind of like stop that happens, because in the middle, sort of the middle of the field, let's say, there's very little progression. There's very little opportunity in this country to move into those roles. There are barely any of these roles. If they are there, you're probably not going to sustain yourself on them, apart from, you know, a very lucky few, and a few really insane salaries that go around the country. But I think then it's the sort of, it's like, where does that talent development go once you've created these kinds of, like, you know, these types of schemes where you're trying to reduce these barriers for access, but there's really little follow-up after that. You know, I then see, like, when, obviously very happy EIFF is happening again this year, but when the last team at EIFF came in, most of the new programming team there were all London Film Festival people, right? So, like, it's a whole bunch of programmers that are being brought into Scotland. And I heard the argument of, like, oh yeah, but, you know, we need the people with the right networks, with the international cachet, with the, like, experience. And I'm like, that is not a valid argument. There's a lot of local talent here in this industry. There's plenty of people coming through the courses. There's plenty of people coming through these training schemes. Like, there's loads and loads happening. But then there's all of a sudden this gap where it's like, well, people like me and a lot of other people, they don't have anywhere to go to. They're still not in very stable positions, so they're not going to move. Like, so there's no space being created. And then when you then see, you know, the kind of allowance for established institutions to bring in people from elsewhere, I think that's a huge issue. I think it's a huge issue to address, because you're sort of creating, like, this, well, it's a false economy, but, like, you're creating this kind of, like, optimism or you know, semblance of an opportunity at an entry level, which can't go anywhere. Like, there's nowhere for it to go.
Were you gonna say false hope?
Probably. I mean, there's a lot of false hopes in the end, you know. But I think that this is something that isn't really addressed, because it's sort of where these aims around, like, diversity and tick boxing and stuff, where they clash with commercial and prestige interests. And I don't think there's a way that that's being addressed properly at the moment.
But can I just say something kind of to add to that as well? I think it's really important to have those local kind of programmers and so on, because actually one of the issues around the whole subject of diversity is, if you don't know the vibe of the communities that you're working with, and you're just being farmed from outside, then you're never going to get a sense of what people are into, who's going to come to what. You can't program for Scotland the way you would program for London or wherever else. And so then it becomes a greater issue where, like, I think our issues in terms of barriers comes in from when you're a little kid, and you know, you don't see yourself represented because nobody programs that in the films that you go see at the cinema, or the festivals don't have a strand that your parents would want to take you to. So I think all of this is very interlinked, and all of this starts much earlier than we realise. Yeah. But actually, it is a cycle. It's like, if we start fixing one part of it, we start fixing the whole thing. And it's just listening to you talk, I was like, hold on a second. Like, this feels like it's so much easier to fix, but it requires people putting the money and the effort into doing that.
And I think it's also just looking, like, being a bit, if you look at anything beyond, you know, your centralized institutions, and then you kind of see this really quickly, because I think a lot of the most interesting work in exhibition happens from, like, pop-up initiatives and a lot of these young people coming in and putting on events. Like, there's a lot of radical stuff going on, a lot of really innovative stuff. And I think especially since the pandemic, like, there's been a very different way in which we engage with our environment as well, with cities, with the areas we live in. And I think particularly young people, like upcoming like, there's a much bigger, like, sense of, or like, I think locality has become a lot more sort of important in how young people think and want to work, and so it's sort of, it feels like that gap isn't really bridged in any meaningful way, because you can, you know, that integration isn't really that hard, I think. Like,
yeah,
I think that's a really interesting point that you're mentioning. One of the things that I've observed is a generational shift between the, you know, let's say the more mature generations in the industry vis-a-vis the new, you know, up-and-coming talent in what they regard to be important to themselves. For example, I was talking to one of our, you know, our partners in Northern Ireland, and he was saying how back in his time, everyone wanted to get into the industry. But now, and they would do anything to do that. But now, young people are saying to him, how many hours do you want me to work? You know, there's other things that are becoming more important to them. So that's really interesting. We've got just under 10 minutes to go in this session before we're opening it out to the audience. I want us to talk about the issue of the, you know, how do we envisage or how do we envision the future? Next couple of years ahead of us, you know, what should we look forward to? And how do we see ourselves being a part of that? Kate, would you like to say anything about that?
Yeah, in my job, I get some interesting reports that come through, which aren't predictions of the future, but they're analysis of where we've come from, where we're at right now. And then you can start to say to yourself, so where are we going to go? We've been in quite a production boom, especially in HGTV and unscripted. I know this is the film festival, and Screen Skills does work with film as well. We have had a lot of films coming to Scotland, and some homegrown things as well, that we've dealt with our skills fund and having trainees on those productions. But there's general talk of a shortage of crew, and that's mainly what Screen Skills tries our best to help with training and opportunities, and helping to sort of feed that pipeline of need and of lack. So without doubt, there's been a boom, and everybody's been watching the horizon. Is this going to continue? Is it a bubble? Is it going to burst? Are we plateauing now? Can we sustain it if the boom sustained in terms of the amount of crew that we do have across the UK, but in Scotland as well? So I don't have any answers as to how that sort of landscape is going to turn out, but I'm watching it with great interest. My sort of reference point is looking to see how many productions come to Scotland, because I sort of cover Scotland for Screen Skills. I don't have a list of films, but in HGTV production, which do take a lot of the crew, and there is a lot of activity. We had 8 HGTV productions last financial year. We're coming to the end of this financial year now. We had 23 in Scotland this financial year. It looks like we're plateauing, so it looks like we might have the same level of production, maybe slightly less going forward. So in terms of busyness, and with that opportunity, all I can say is that we're watching with interest. We've had quite an unprecedented time recently. I think we're slightly bracing for a slowdown. There's definitely a lull in production at the moment, but there are things planned and things are in prep and going to get going in terms of shoots, in terms of productivity. So, I don't know, watch this space, I'd say.
How do you feel about the future? Do you feel optimistic? Do you feel challenged? Do you feel nervous?
Yeah, I do. And going back to the sort of, you know, the barriers, one thing that we're looking at very closely at Screen Skills, we look at all of the barriers, or as many, you know, as we're made aware of. But just before I started my job with Screen Skills, I watched, and I recommend you watch it if you haven't seen it, the Jack Thorne McTaggart lecture at the Edinburgh TV Festival. Not this August just gone, but the August before. So that was August 2021. It was online. It is online. It was an online festival at that time. Jack Thorne, wonderful, prolific writer at Help, wrote His Dark Materials, many, many other things, spoke about disability in our industry. I watched that before getting the job with Screen Skills, before I even knew I was going to apply for the job with Screen Skills, and was hugely shocked at what he was saying, the anecdotes that he had, the report that he did as a result of his chat about just how rubbish our screen industries are at giving access and opportunity to disabled talent in front of and behind the camera. They did a report, his group that he put together did a report, and you can tell he's a writer. They named it Everyone Forgot About the Toilets. And it just told you exactly what it was, you know, the findings. They did a survey. They did a lot of research, but one of the surveys was looking at the facilities for shoots, for unit vehicles, honey wagons, so toilets. They wanted to check from all the companies in the UK what's available to help disabled talent. They found that there was one disabled honey wagon / toilet available for shoots across the UK, in the whole of the UK. There was one toilet that you could hire. So off the back of that, he's been doing a lot of work with production, with industry. Industry, thankfully, has sat up and listened and gone, oh my goodness, we need to do something about this. And at Screen Skills, we've been working with accessibility coordinators, developing that role, which is quite an emerging role. So there's a person on a production that people can go to and say, I need these access adjustments, please. They don't need to go from pillar to post within the production office and go, is there anybody who can help me here? There's someone in place to allow our industry to be a lot more inclusive and give the opportunities for disabled talent. So I'm hopeful that industry in that area is waking up and doing something, and in other areas as well. And I think because we've been so busy, because we need people as well, industry's gone, well, let's open the doors up a bit more, and it's no longer, thankfully, it's not what you know, it's who you know, or, you know, my dad can give you an opportunity, or I can work for free because my parents can look after me. Industry is saying, no, we can't do that anymore. That's favouritism, that's closing the doors on so many people. We've got to be more inclusive. And so I'm seeing it happening. I think it's starting. I think we've still got a long, long way to go. I think with diversity, I was talking to a young black trainee who started in a job in a big company, and she was looking across the floor and seeing no one who looked like her. But then she said she went on to her introduction course where lots of other trainees had started, and she went on a Zoom call, oh, here's the diversity. And the company had started in the sort of possibly slightly ham-fisted way of saying, right, we're going to open up with these trainees. But then you've got to wait a long time until those trainees are making the decisions, who are being the commissioners. And I think there's still a lot to be done on the mid and the higher level when it comes to diversity and access in our industry. And I think BBC have gone some way to doing something. I think they've got these new junior commissioners. I'm not sure what their full title is, but there was a lot of criticism that there were a lot of white commissioners who were making the decisions about what was being made. And now they've gone, right, okay, rather than wait for these trainees to come up, 15 years and then they'll be changing it, let's open up and get another tier of commissioning voices and opinions in there. And I'm really interested to see how that works out.
So some optimism, hopefully. Yeah. Raisa or Sana, either of you want to say anything about how you feel about the future?
I mean, I am optimistic. I think when I started, everyone was like, Scotland's dead. There's nothing happening here. And production companies were shutting down. Like, I started about, 11, 12 years ago now? Production companies were literally shutting down, and everyone's like, you have to go to London. I was offered a job in London. I turned it down, and everyone told me I was mad. But if I hadn't done that, I would probably working, I don't know, as a development exec somewhere or something. And I want to be a writer and I want to be a director, and that's what I want to do. But I think the plus side is we have an immense amount of talent. We have so many people from so many different backgrounds telling stories that people are really surprised by are coming from Scotland. my hope is that people stop thinking Scotland is either Trainspotting or Outlander, and that's all it is. And people start to see Scotland as what it really is, which is there's a range of stories, there's a range of experiences, and people of colour do live here, which people outside of Scotland are often surprised by, funnily enough. And I think that, for me, I think the way the hope becomes reality is if we get more power to create work. Like we need more homegrown films and TV shows, and we are on our way there. And I have to say, it feels like all the different parts of the industry are finally working together. And for a long time, and I'm sure many people might feel this as well, it felt like they weren't, and it feels like they are now. So yeah, I would say I am very hopeful. I think there's a lot to do. On commissioners, I think commissioners should only stay in their jobs for a certain amount of time, and then we should have someone new in. I think part of the problem with the content we get is the same people, especially at broadcasters, not naming any specific broadcasters, we get the same type of content because everyone has their individual tastes, and they're gonna commission the stuff they like. So I think we need to start kind of, as an industry, going, not just how do we train new people to come in, but we can't wait till the people that are in that position decide that they want to finally retire before, someone else can actually come in. We need maybe limits on how long people are in and so on.
Thank you. Final word to you, Sana.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it goes for exhibition industry as well. I think artistic directors should have a limit of 5 years and then leave. Unless you want to work, unless you can find a way to have a really democratized approach in your team. I think, I would agree with that. I don't know, I suppose, like, in terms of, I don't know, I feel like I don't want to, like, bring down what I've said. Like,
hey, let's
ask me this in winter of 2023. No, I think in terms of the diversity of provision and creation of different types of cinema, I'm currently not very optimistic. I don't think it's a good place, and it's not with where our economy is, I don't think that's going to get better. I think with where our screen culture is in terms of specialized provision, I don't think we're on a very good path for that. For me, that like it's partly, I suppose, because I sort of work between here and mainland Europe, and the difference to me is, like, I find it quite brutal. But I think in terms of, like, the social and cultural conversation in our industry, I feel quite hopeful. Like, I think in terms of how we talk about access, representation, I even think, even in terms of, like, talking about working conditions, even though we're a very, very long way off that being where it should be, I think there is a lot more push and interesting, and I would say, like, really, like, pushing conversation when I compare it to sort of other places I work in. And so on that level, like, I think what's happening on the ground and how vocal people are and how discourse is being sort of shaped at home, I think I am actually quite hopeful.
Okay. Thank you very much for nuancing, the optimism with some
Sorry,
the reality.
that's why I'm here.
No, I love it. Thank you. That's the whole point. We want to, we want to create this space where people can express what they genuinely feel.
Yeah.
And on that note, we have to open it out to the floor. We got just under 20 minutes. So if we have any people that want to really add to this conversation, please kindly raise your hand and wait till the mic comes to you. And so I have an individual with a red sort of jacket here. Yes, thank you.
I'll just stand up so I can see it. It's been a really interesting conversation, I think, for everyone. My name's Selena, and I work across all of the Celtic regions, so Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. So I always appreciate the shout out. But I really wanted to ask this question to all of the panel. We are living in a world which is increasingly global in terms of the information we have access to, and in terms of the people that we have coming just to festivals, but also within the industry. What has to change within the mindset of the local people in order to allow them to, if not accept a global world, work towards it being something they want.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So how can we change the mindset of the local people to accept living in a global world? Anyone want to take that from the panel?
I mean, in Scotland, I feel like we are, for the most part, quite global. I think we definitely could be more open to, diversifying the things we watch and so on, and we have that we program and so on. But I don't know, like my sort of like experiences personally are that we are quite global, and actually in a lot of the work I create, I use more than one language in a lot of my work. I've never had pushback on it. In fact, the project that I've got with Film 4, there's 5 languages in that script, and they've not pushed back on it. So I think sometimes if you come from a place where you don't think you've been represented, sometimes you just have to ask the question or push to do it. And more times than not, the other person just hasn't thought about it. It's not that they're saying no, they just haven't thought about it. And usually they'll be like, okay, cool. Like, you've got a vision for it and you want to do it, like, go for it. But I don't know if that answers your question. But I don't know, I feel like, I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't feel Scotland isn't global. I feel like we want to be global.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of there's 2 sides to this, obviously. But what I was wondering is if you could sort of elaborate on why or how do you feel like local audiences aren't embracing that? Because
it's not necessarily that they're not embracing it, but I'm very aware from what you were saying about your experience comparing Europe to the UK and Scotland, my own experiences working in different industries across the globe. It's always interesting to see how that can be moved towards something to make it more expansive for people, if that makes sense, something that's an optimistic thing as opposed to something which just scares people. That was kind of what I was wondering.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's move on to the next question. I believe that there was an individual there.
I didn't realise that I had to have a question. It was just in the nature of the town hall sense of this. I just wanted to say thanks for this session, because I think I'm hearing things said now that we've all said in conversations that we have with each other, and I'm hearing things that I've said to Ryder repeated back, but in public for I think the first time, and I think it's really encouraging to be having these conversations in public, because I think I think we can often get stuck in this loop of, there's going to be a boom in Scotland and it's going to be the place to make telly or place to make films. And then if we don't have these conversations, I feel like I've lived through the Scottish TV boom about 4 times already, and I've only lived, like I've been here 20 years, but I've only been working in the industry for 10 years. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. Another point that I had, I think the sort of sense that I've got from people, the word that I have a lot here for like my experiences are like tentative. Everything feels so tentative. Like it's like, we'll give you we'll develop it a little bit, but like if it's too shit, we can always take it back and like not do anything more with it. And I'd just like to see more bravery here in our kind of commissioning and putting work out there, because it's not that the talent isn't here, because there's people in this room that could, there's a lot of talent here. So thanks for having this conversation.
Well, thank you. Absolutely, all comments are welcome. You don't have to just ask questions, and thank you for that. We have an individual at the back there, and also we have a person here at the front. Thank you.
Hi, Michael pretty much said exactly what I was thinking, and I was just wanted to say that actually, it also, just hearing you guys speak about it so openly, actually made me emotional, and I'm really, really happy that Glasgow Film Festival are fostering this space to have this conversation, because even going to other industry events, I found myself listening to panelists and hearing what they were saying and saying, yeah, that's correct. If you completely ignore the fact that there are huge barrier issues, it's almost like it's not spoken about. So just kind of following on what Michael said, but asking the question, I mean, it's great that the space is being created here, but for you, where would you like to see this conversation be facilitated more? Is there any rooms that you think that this kind of conversation is absolutely in desperate need of being happening?
I mean, I believe that unless we're really open and honest with everyone, including the people that could potentially fund us, like, no change can happen. I completely get the fear, and I had the fear for a very long time. But then I just kind of was like, well, if I don't say something, nothing's going to change. And actually, like Michael was saying, we all have these conversations with each other all the time. And we're kind of quietly having them and having the panic and the terror and all of the other stuff. But actually, if we all just if we all said it, then suddenly, like, maybe some change could happen. In terms of where these conversations can happen, well, that's why I guess today is happening, is we kind of start this process. There is going to be a survey that's going to go out, isn't there? Something's going to go out from the festival off the back of this town hall, where you can record your views and it can be more of a conversation. And then I guess my sort of, the work I'm going to be doing now with the festival in terms of industry is I'm hoping I can pull a lot of us together now and kind of go, okay, so next year, what are the things we're going to do in industry, and how do we use the festival and what we do here to help the talent here? And each year, how do we not just keep doing that, but get better at it and make it bigger? And you know, the Short Film Festival does an amazing thing with industry as well. Like, all the conversations that happen there in terms of the access to the filmmakers, those really open conversations, and I think all of that is really useful. And I go back to going, if you don't ask for it, you don't get it. So if you feel like these conversations need to happen, go to the folk at the film festival, go to people at other spaces, go to Screen Scotland and say, you know, we want to have these spaces. The thing is, often you need an organisation often behind this stuff, so you have someone to pull it together. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, when the work needs to be done, who's going to do the work? That's the real question, isn't it? Does that answer the question, Sarah?
Yes. I want to.
Thank you. Sana, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I want to thank you for shouting us out. We're doing a panel on a roundtable conversation on festival models, especially sort of in times of crisis and political upheaval. So I'm also quite curious about how that's going to go. But yeah, I was thinking, like, when you were saying, like, yeah, we have these, like, I have these conversations what feels like every day. And over the pandemic, I think we were having them on Zoom every day and everyone was crying all the time. But I think even when you have them in public, I think there's this is great, and I love that everyone's contributing to it, and I love that it's being recorded, and the fact that, like, a festival like Glasgow Film Festival is putting it on is really important. But I remember, you know, I remember, like, working with Alexandra Colta, who's now at Scottish Documentary Institute. She did a really interesting series on, like, a series of conversations on festival labour. Obviously, that's festival specific, but let's see this as something that can go across the industry. We would invite people to that, you know, filmmakers would come, programmers would come. We would invite funders and institutions to it. They wouldn't show up, you know. And I think this is the problem. Like, the people in this room need to be those people, because this can be ignored over and over and over. We can have this conversation every week, like every week, because it's not like people don't know that the conversation's happening. Like, everyone sort of knows about this, and you can shout about it and then still be ignored about it. And so I would hope that this can be like, that this can move on and not just come back like annually at GFF, but maybe becomes which kind of really love that if you've put it on, but like just where it continues on, you know, like where it becomes a collaboration across the country, like use every event to further it, and wherever people locally are, especially outside the Central Belt, like involve them in it, you know, create reports on it, like make sure funders are involved, because I think with these panels, that's happening quite often, right? Where like we talk about it, and then we're all like, oh yeah, it's nice to get that off our chest, and then we move on, because because there's no action taken. I think a conversation I've had informally with some people with funders is also that whether it's for freelancers, whether it's people in exhibition and like project-based funding initiatives, like we don't have HR structures. Like we have nowhere we can go. If we have conflicts between us, if you have conflicts with someone who employs you, gives you a job, we have nowhere to go with this stuff. So they're like, as long, like I think it's like, obviously this is me being like, we need a better union, but like, but I think there is a sort of, there needs to be a push for where we go to like address working conditions, because right now there is actually no space to do that apart from us having these chats. So I think it is about it's about having these conversations, but then also being like, what, you know, who do we involve with, who do we force to come to them, and then address what, you know, what the plans of the kind of actions are beyond that.
Thank you, Sana. It seems like that's a challenge to all of us here in this room, to almost hold us accountable for that, because we are creating that unique moment. And I believe it is our responsibility to monitor and say, okay, 1 year on, we were there. What has happened? Yeah. We got under 5 minutes, so can we take a couple of just comments and questions? So I believe there was the individual at the front here, and then we got one person there. And can we take your comments, questions together so we can see how best to disperse them so at least everyone gets heard? Thank you.
Thank you, firstly, for this conversation. I think it's been probably real. I don't mean to sound sort of blunt in asking this or antagonistic in any way, and if you can't answer this, no worries, but simply put, like, where is the money?
Thank you.
Because like, I, as someone who writes films, makes films, works on other people's films, like, you know, I often actually get put off applying to certain funds that are maybe the main funders within Glasgow, within Scotland, because it's 2K, 15K, and I know that I can't make, like, if I get asked to work on a 10-page short, I know that my labour is not going to be compensated, and that there is exploitation going on within the mechanisms of this organisation, and it really creates this like mega dissonance where it's like, you know, filmmaking, like I'm sure everyone in this room, it's like our jam, you know what I mean, we love it. But it comes with like such complexity that just seems to have such a simple answer, which is like money, resources, you know, there's a lack of skills, there's a lack of people that need to be trained, but there's so many people who want jobs in this, so like, you know, where is it?
I'm not sure if any of us here were able to show you the money, but I'm sure, yes, it's very much taken on board. Thank you for your comment. Shall we take the person at the end there?
Hi there. It's a suggestion for radicalising how you select films to be developed. 2 options. One is that you go to filmmakers who've been through the process of getting their films made and developed, and you have quite a big panel, and it's your peers, and you have a blind application process. And it doesn't take away from the funding that's already there, but I'm sure there's enough money to at least have one more film made that is selected in a completely different way from what's currently out there. Because, as you were saying about, you know, needing to change the heads of commissioners, you know, roll those roles often is a really healthy thing to do. So perhaps there's another stream, another line of development for, I mean, I would suggest start with shorts, but maybe you could be as radical as doing it with feature development. So it's peer selection. Another option is, I heard Screen Scotland saying that they were having, that they're developing an education stream that's going to be rolling out in schools. So why? And I hear a lot of conversations about how do we make films that appeal to teenagers, young people. Well, why not be really brave? And as part of that program, you have a development fund, which is selected by young people, and they are your programmers, and they decide who gets the film that's made with that money.
Thank you very much. Those are amazing, radical ideas, and I'm sure the panel has taken that on board. Let us hear the third and final of those rounds of comments, and then if there's a minute for any of the panelists to quickly come back to that, any of those points, then we'll take that. Yes.
All right. Hopefully my voice doesn't go. Hello. Yeah. So thank you so much for your time. And so basically, I'm going to be very, very careful about the words that I use right now because they are blunt. I left this industry for about 3 years because I was fed up. I feel as if the industry was rife with just toxic behaviour, gatekeeping, and blunt nepotism that I felt like I had no chance of getting anywhere because I didn't know the right people. And so what I would like is that we're having these conversations. There's a lot of talk. Where's the do? We need to start doing stuff because I'm seeing people leave this industry who are so incredibly talented, but because they aren't born into a family or because they don't know the right people, they're made to suffer for it. And so we need to start doing something about it because otherwise I will work with anyone creative. I don't care who you are or who your mum or dad is. If you have a passion for this industry, I want to work with you. But we're so built in our own idea, oh, I only want to work with them because they have the money, they have the opportunity, they have the connections. We need to start opening ourselves up. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that's actually a very good place to end this conversation. You have challenged us, you've been blunt, you've been honest, you have brought to our attention the realities of this sector, and I think it's a challenge upon all of us to go and to reflect upon it and see what it is that we play in terms of our various roles in answering what do we do. I would like to thank you all, beginning with my panelists. I have felt really stimulated by the conversation. It's been fantastic. I hope that this plants a seed for many future industry town hall events. And as I said, this is, I believe it. I believe in destiny. We were destined to be in this room together at this time. And I believe that it's because we can hold each other and the industry to account. And now what we do next year, I hope to see you, and I hope that we can hold each other to account. Thank you very much for your time and wish you a very pleasant evening.